Okay, the time is 5:30. We're going to open the city council meeting for the city of Vacaville. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Ritchie.
Here.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember Wiley. Vice Mayor Stockton.
Here.
Mayor Roulette.
I am here. Would you please stand with me for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance? Vice Mayor Stockton, would you like to pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Mr. City Manager, do we have any changes to the agenda?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Entertain motion.
I'll move it. Second.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Approval of minutes, please.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Item 5, presentations. I see none. Item 6, consent calendar. Anyone from the council want to pull anything off from the consent calendar tonight? Seeing none. Anyone from the floor that wants to pull anything off the consent calendar tonight? Seeing none, I'll entertain motion for consent.
Motion approved. Second.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. We can move to item 7, business from the floor. In accordance to the government code 54956, members of the public shall have the opportunity to address the city council concerning any item listed on the agenda during and before its final consideration. No other items will be discussed during the special meeting. We will move to item 8A, Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, in accordance, because I've recently moved to a residence within 1,000 feet of the Green Tree project boundaries, in order to avoid any potential conflicts, I am going to recuse myself from participating in this particular item. So at this time, I will invite our Assistant City Manager, George Ann Meggersmith, to take over, and I will return back to the, once this item is complete.
Thanks, sir. Okay, Assistant City Manager, would you like to start us off?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This next item is a public hearing on the Green Tree Specific Plan Project. We have Aaron Morris, Director of Community Development, and Payman Bhavan, Planning Manager, to kick off this item.
Thank you, Mayor Roulette and members of council. I'm here with the Green Tree Project. Just by way of brief background, on August 30th, the Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the project to the City Council. And on October 25th, the City Council considered the project. At that time, staff provided a detailed presentation as well as the applicant. 16 members of the public spoke. The council closed the public hearing, ultimately discussed that there's support for this project, but the council provided direction to staff to amend the development agreement to offer additional park impact fee credits. So that has been done. The revised development agreement is in your packet, consistent with the direction council provided. I'm not going to represent the project this evening. I can answer questions if any come up, but just to briefly, 185 acres, 1,149 residential units, of which 950 are multifamily, attached single-family apartments, etc., a new shopping center, 2 public parks that the developer would build and dedicate to the city, trails and open space. There's a lot of entitlements. Again, I'll just briefly show them on the screen. This is a large project spanning 6 years. Getting to the heart of the matter before the council this evening, under the revised terms of the development agreement, the developer would receive 100% of the neighborhood park development impact fee as credit for constructing the 2 neighborhood parks. 50% of the community park development impact fee and 50% of the trails development impact fee. This results in a credit of approximately $4 million. Overall, the project would generate about $8.9 million in park fees, so $4 million credit would leave $4.9 million to do other things with. Just touching on CEQA briefly, the city has complied with all aspects of the California Environmental Quality Act. These slides were shared at the previous meeting. We did receive today another communication from Adams Broadwell. It raised some issues. They were all previously raised and staff believes they've been responded to. If the council has any questions about the CEQA for this project, we do have our environmental consultant here this evening who could discuss that further. With that, we get to the staff recommendation slide. Staff is recommending that the council introduce the ordinances for the Green Tree specific plan and rezoning, and introduce the ordinance for the development agreement and adopt resolutions. I did want to note we circulated a memo right before the meeting that had minor corrections to the title of the ordinances. So that's what we'd recommend you move forward with. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to the public for public comment on this item.
Good evening, Mayor, council
I wanna
members
pull
and
the
staff.
Mic up
Oh, yep,
so the folks at home can hear you.
got it. My name is Kevin Carmichael. I'm here on behalf of Napa Solano Residents for Responsible Development. Residents is an unincorporated association of individuals and labor organizations that includes City of Vacaville and other area residents. Residents support sustainable development projects that comply with environmental and health and safety laws that benefit the community. Residents opposes this project because the city has not complied with CEQA's requirements to fully disclose and mitigate the project's significant environmental impacts, and the project does not comply with local land use plans and policies. Additionally, residents opposes the project because the project's development agreement does not provide adequate public benefits in exchange for freezing of development standards and other benefits granted to the applicants. On October 25th, this council voted to continue the project's hearing, further delaying implementation of the project to amend the development agreement. However, instead of negotiating additional public benefits with the applicant, the council directed staff to amend the development agreement to give the applicant an additional $1.2 million in fee credits, further benefiting the applicant without asking for anything in return. The council has demonstrated that it is willing to extend the project approval process and should continue this item tonight so that staff can negotiate additional workforce benefits in the development agreement to ensure a local skilled and trained workforce are employed for project construction and to balance the additional benefits granted to the applicants. Additionally, we request that the council remand the project to staff to prepare a legally adequate revised EIR, which fully discloses and mitigates the project's significant unmitigated noise, transportation, and biological resources impacts. Again, we urge the council to continue this hearing until residents' comments and the comments of other community members are addressed in a legally adequate and revised EIR. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The microphone close enough?
Yeah.
All right. My name is Jerry Bacanum, and I'm here to speak for myself as well as IBW Local 180, which is International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Napa Solano County. And I spoke last time, and I would strongly encourage you to consider this local higher language and state-approved apprenticeship language in this development. As I spoke last time, building parks is great, but we don't need a whole generation of kids growing up in this community still hanging out in these parks when they're 25 years old. The long-term benefit to development is education and jobs, and you need to keep that in Vacaville with this local higher language and state-approved apprenticeship language. A lot of people don't like development. A lot of people are indifferent about it. As a federally recognized Indian, Native American, if you prefer, trust me, we tried to stop the development the best we could, but it's here now. So since there's no stopping it now, you need this language to benefit your children. This is the long-term benefit to the community that you need, not just parks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Well, I'm a total rookie, and these guys are going to make me look bad, but Anyway, tonight, before I came here, I was watching the news, and there's a lot of really crazy things going on right now, but what I want to focus on is just kind of our little piece of the pie. So, Mr. Mayor, council members, and my fellow Vacaville neighbors, let's talk about Green Tree for a moment. My uncle bought property on the Fairway over 40 years ago, and I am old enough to live here now in Leisure Town, so bonus, yay. But I know that there are some issues that the city of Vacaville want to, that they have, right? You're worried about the environmental impact. You want to improve your fiscal health. And what one of the plans were when I was reading an article in a paper a while back was that you were thinking about you would either need to increase the Vacaville members or residents' taxes or decrease services. Well, putting a golf course in, and as I've been speaking to people tonight, because I have an open mind and I have no problem dealing with things outside of the box. But I think that Vacaville definitely needs a golf course. I would hope that it would be so I wasn't looking out on my backyard every morning because I came to live here and take care of my aunt and uncle. And I would hope that that wouldn't mean that every day I was looking at people going beep, beep, beep as they backed up their truck to build homes. I know that could still happen with a golf course, but perhaps somewhere else in the city. The city of Fairfield has less residents than we do, and yet they have 2 golf courses. Now, I know you're thinking that Lagoon Valley, they're getting a golf course, but guess what? It's going to be private, as from what I understand, because it's in a gated community. I went through Leisure Town because that's kind of what I do. And I spoke to a bunch of the residents. They're going down to Fairfield now, to Travis, to everywhere. And they can't even get on the golf course. Well, can you imagine turning Vacaville back into a destination city where you have the nut tree and you have that iconic golf ball that you can see from the freeway? Whether we do a mini golf and a driving range, I understand housing is important. We have all these people coming in for tech companies, but I hope that you take into consideration too, that having a little tiny suburb without all the crime, without all of the nonsense, and I know my time is up, but thank you very much. And I hope that you take the time to open your minds.
Yes,
Thank you.
Seeing no others, I'm going to close. All right, I'm going to be on it tonight. We got a long, so if you plan on talking, just stand up right in line, and we're going to get through this tonight. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, evening, Mayor, City Council. Brett Johnson, I'm a local resident. I would encourage your support of this project tonight. And in my day, to get 6-0 out of the Planning Commission was quite a feat. As far as I'm concerned, I think it represents the highest and best use for this property. So I would just encourage you to support this project.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to council. Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the comments. This project, for the time we have tonight, I don't deliberate too far, but this is great. Some of the comments, appreciate the public. The last one was highest and best interest. If the golf course was the highest best interest, it'll still be here. It didn't make money for a long time. We supplemented it with the city. It was a private property. The business worked, it would still be intact. That's why the golf course is no longer here. So we've worked very hard for a long time with the liaisons and gentlemen sitting here for a long time to make sure we bring the best product to Vacaville to serve the whole city. The man next to me, Mike Silva, I had the opportunity to go to the biotech conference with him, Jason, city manager, and Don Burris. Like, what they're doing is amazing. Like, if you have not been to Salon Community College, see what they're doing in that building, it's amazing what those young kids are doing. They're absolutely trying to change the world. And we're working really hard to tie this whole big city together with the general plan. And Green Tree is a big part of it. We're going to talk later about how we're going to take a large piece of property and we need to change it to allow the future to come. You have to invest. It doesn't just show up. You have to plan ahead. The green tree is something that we're going to find the highest and best use of this property. It's going to create jobs, job creation. There's current people with the housing mix they've done for this. It's absolutely amazing. Where they put into this, they're going to have density of housing for age restricted, non-age restricted. They listen very intently. They're going to build the high density apartments first. So therefore, every single person in that community will have a notice of what's there, what's to come. Yeah, it is true. So they're going to build down. The lot size, the square footage is going to allow for the best cost in ownership or leasing. We don't know the mix yet, but it's coming. The job creation, the workforce housing is going to allow for kids that are going to go and work in biotech, be able to afford. They all can't afford massive places. The workforce housing is going to be a great stepping stone for kids in the community, and people are coming to Vacaville, build these biotech companies to work in our community. The big thing is living, working, residing, tax dollars in the community. It all works together. I mean, it's, the housing mix, they're hitting the numbers. This project is amazing. Like, they put a lot of work into it. The community benefit are the 2 parks. That is huge with the trails. We have to have the foresight to think ahead. Kids playing in parks, we have to plan. What we're doing with biotech is going to bring jobs to the community. The gentleman talked about making sure the kids aren't playing in the parks for the rest of their life. By having a well-oiled machine in Vacaville of allowing young adults to come here to work at these companies, go to Solomon Community College, to get a pipeline straight into great jobs. I think, I try to pay attention, there's a lot of entry stuff. I think it's almost 90-something% of all students that enter that program get placed in a job. Right now they're getting placed in jobs outside of Vacaville. At some point, those jobs will be in Vacaville. Those are tax dollars. That's what we need. We need to create a community of people. They live, reside, shop, play in our city. Braintree is going to cause that to happen. If it was the best use to play golf, it would still be here. It is what it is. When it comes down to it, private property rights, we have to not forget that this wasn't a public park. We didn't own this golf course. It was private in the first place. That's it.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you break down the fees discussion between last meeting and tonight, please? And what's the difference?
Yeah. The staff recommendation would have resulted in about $1.2 million less of fee credit. So as proposed by the developer, they're receiving more credit than staff initially recommended, specifically because of the value that the southern park, the 4.5 acre park that's really tailored to the senior community, will provide to both the Leisure Town community and the future residents of Green Tree.
Gotcha. And is that original option from last meeting still on the table tonight?
It's not what we've put before you. We brought back what the council directed us to bring back, which is...
Do we have the ability to select that though tonight if we changed our mind?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. So I think we've been talking a lot about low-income housing in the city of Vacaville for a long time. And what we tend to do in Vacaville is we pile all the low-income housing in 2 or 3 neighborhoods in town. I'm a little disappointed in this particular project. And I say a little because it's really small, because this project by and large is fantastic, that we didn't actually add some low-income housing inventory into the project. So what happens is you over-concentrate these neighborhoods where you've got families that don't have the means to really provide for themselves or help themselves, really over-concentrated. 2 parts of town, 2 school districts, and we continue to sort of pack them in 2 particular districts. I think it would have been really nice to distribute some of that load across town, work with the developer a little bit to try and make some changes kind of last minute. And to his credit, it was the 9th inning and it was too late and it was hard. But, the request that was made was really to include some Section 8 units, particularly in the apartments, or maybe come up with some other creative ideas to really redistribute kind of that value across town. Legally, we have to build low-income housing in Vacaville for our arena numbers. And so I just don't think it's fair that we consolidate people into 2 or 3 neighborhoods. Spread the love, spread the load a little bit and let people experience different parts of town. And so the developer came back and said that there was no way they could include any of those units, which was a bit frustrating, but I just wanted to disclose that I did talk with them. So, in my mind, a partnership is one in which, there's some give and take. And so to some degree, I was a little frustrated on that piece. And I started thinking about the parks issue. As much as we're getting two amazing parks, we're taking away a golf course. And it's not like we're taking away the city or the developer even particularly anyways, but the people that live there were sold this retirement property, this nest egg, the biggest investment they've ever made, to have golf course views the rest of their life, to have no rear neighbors, to not have a shopping center down the street. And so it just really feels like maybe it's not enough give. And so I'm really kind of rethinking the 1.2, the extra. And I'm actually hoping tonight that maybe we end up on the original motion from last meeting, which is kind of where I'm feeling. But those are my questions and comments, Mayor.
Perfect. Councilmember Wiley.
Thanks for this additional information. I also will say that I had a conversation with Mr. Loki yesterday, and the thing that I brought up was the concern with our workers and not having any kind of agreements with local labor, and that was a concern that I had. He told me that, he is the planner. It's when it gets to the builders, and there'll probably be like 5 different builders. So at that time, there should be an opportunity for some labor agreements, because I think that that's important to support our local labor as well. So I'm hopeful that if this is approved, that doesn't mean that there's no labor helping build it. So that's one comment I have. And then the other thing, I do like the mix of housing that we have. We don't have the very low income, but we do have workforce housing. And so that's good to have that building. And I think the program has a lot of amenities as well. I am concerned with the high park fees as well. I feel like, when we have a development, we expect to have parks. These are nice parks. They are kind of a little bit maybe above, but I don't feel like they're 4 million above. So I would be concerned with agreeing to this new park fee amount that we have today.
Okay, Councilmember Silva.
Sorry. How many apartments are there? How many total apartment units are there projected?
There's 950 multifamily units, at least 230 approximately are actual apartments, and the remainder of the 950 would be in the form of attached townhouses on small lots, condominiums, that kind of ownership, a smaller attached product.
What will be the cheapest option out of all of those? Would that be the apartments?
The apartments will be market rate apartments, so it's not clear with the information we have right now whether that or a small condo would be the least expensive of the housing options in the future.
When an individual or family is on Section 8, does it matter if it's a market rate apartment or not?
It doesn't. The voucher takes down the rent by the amount of the voucher, and then the person still has to come up with the difference.
And so, thank you, Emily Cantu. I don't know if you heard a comment. Where's Emily at? Oh, there you go. Where's Waldo? Is it okay if I read your email? All right. So, I asked, inquired about how many people were on Section 8. We've had presentations in the past about that. There's currently about just 395 people per households on the Vacaville Housing Authority waiting list. Of the 395, there are 191 households with children. So read that, 191 households, is that families? That's being interpreted families or more or less families. So 191 families, so people with kids that are, where are they currently living, do you think? Yeah, sorry, Emily. Change the plan.
Mike's on.
Thank you. I wouldn't be able to summarize without the information in front of me because they could live in Vacaville, they could live in the surrounding areas of Bay Area. When you open a waiting list to receive applications, people can apply from anywhere in the United States.
So we don't have a number of how many currently reside in hotels locally or out of living rooms and on couches?
I don't.
Yeah, so the feedback that I've had within my capacity is that A lot of times it's hard to find a place to house folks when they need a house, when they need a home or when they need a shelter, particularly when they have kids. The last number, I don't know where the current number is, but typically it's around 200, 300 homeless kids in our public school system. That's Vacaville Unified only. I'm not sure what the numbers are for Travis Unified. I apologize to those families in Travis. But the fact is there's well over 100 kids that have been displaced from their original home. So it doesn't mean like the kids are not living in, they have shelter, it's just not where they normally reside. So when a voucher, so right now, where's the gap? Is it these families? Is it the funding gap, or is it an actual place for them to move in gap?
So the federal government provides the funding for the Section 8 program to subsidize rents for families. And the Housing Authority does not get enough money from the federal government to fund every person who needs help. And I think that's common with a lot of our assistance programs, social assistance programs, and it's unfortunate. So that is a primary reason that not everyone who needs help can be served. There is a difficulty in finding units at times for people who do have a voucher because the vacancy rate is low for rental units. It could be apartments, houses, whatever the case may be, that the voucher holder is responsible for going out, finding a place, and like any other person looking for a rental unit, income counts, your credit history, there's all the typical rental criteria factors that are involved as well that can cause a barrier to find housing.
And so, if someone has, if there's a place, so normally a landowner would have to accept, or a landlord would have to accept someone that has on Section 8 voucher, is that correct?
Yes, there is currently a law where landlords cannot discriminate based on Section 8 as an income source. So that's a good thing that came into law. So it would be, the decision would be based on other screening criteria, depending, if they have more than one application. Some are first come, first serve, some have, rating criteria. It depends on the policy of the particular landlord, how they screen their applicants.
And if the tenant themselves aren't, adhering to the rules and aren't being good neighbors, there's ways to remove them from the premises, is that correct?
Yes.
Or to cancel their lease.
Yes.
So my question is, if a voucher is available and if the funding comes available and we're limited on space, what I'm asking is the developer to please reserve 10 units that would give priority to Section 8 individuals that, that would be good tenants for them. That's my request. So if there's Section 8, that it's not a loss of income, we're talking about families that most of the time they're working, right? They're trying to work for a better life. They're trying to get back on their feet, whatever the situation is. Forget the number, 191 was that with kids. I'd feel much more comfortable if we can accommodate something for these families. Developer here. Thank you, Emily. I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, the developer is here. Would you like him to respond?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Richard Loki. I'm here on behalf of Green Tree. I'm not sure I understood the question correctly. Are you, Councilmember Silva, are you asking whether it's whether there's the ability to accommodate Section 8 tenants in apartment rental units in Green Tree?
Yes.
The answer is certainly yes. It would be.
Can you give them priority?
I can't speak to priority. In essence, taking units off the market and reserving them for use exclusively, acre, 3-story walk-up apartments. We have one more site that is at that same density where we expect that same type of product and have interest in another apartment project currently. And we have 2 additional sites at 20 units to the acre that can accommodate 2- or 3-story, again, apartments or townhouses. So there will be other additional units of the same scale and price structure. I don't know if that helps answer, but it is a significant supply component.
So would you be opposed to, why would you be opposed to having 10 units out of the 230 units of the apartments to be deed restricted?
Okay, well, I'll give you 2 answers. Number one, I represent the master developer of the project, the owner and the party responsible for building the infrastructure, building and turnkeying the parks, and building all of the streets, completing the grading, all of the environmental mitigation, and turning over those super pads, those 9 residential sub-neighborhoods, to different home builders. I can't speak for those home builders. And so far, we only have one of them under contract to build, and that's for the apartment project. We have reached out nationally to other builders. The current economy has had a stifling effect, as you might imagine, on all of the for sale components in the market. But we're seeing a surprisingly strong interest in what's called build for rent, housing that ties very nicely to the demand from the high-tech and biotech industry, which is our principal market of this project. And we expect to see similar density components come along. So I can't speak for those builders. I'm not contractually able to speak for them, but we did ask this question of our apartment builder directly, and they could not commit to doing this because those rules are not in place in the marketplace today. They were not given to us as a criteria for design as the project was put through its design and its refinement. And were we to do that today, were we designing the project, or let me say it differently, if the project were required to accommodate an inclusionary component today, this project would be withdrawn and it would be redesigned, and we would come back to you with more single-family product that could absorb the cost differential to subsidize lower rent or rent-restricted units. So it's a fair market competition issue that would put our apartment developer at a disadvantage.
So is all that correct, your opinion?
Thank you, Councilmember Silva. What Mr. Loki is explaining is that, as you all are aware, the city of Vacaville does not have an inclusionary housing ordinance. So when developers come here to design projects, they don't factor that into their business model. They don't factor it into the mix of units that they provide. This is true in communities that have such an ordinance. Developers have to figure out how to make money on one section of the development to subsidize the other. And because we don't have that ordinance, this project has not been designed to achieve it. I want to make sure the council knows that staff, and actually Mr. Loki, we're well aware that an inclusionary ordinance is an interest of this council. It was identified in the housing strategy that came forward in June. It's been rolled into the housing element.
So Section 8 families would still have access, is that correct?
Yes.
But we can't guarantee that they have priority.
Correct.
So how does the apartment how do we decide who gets dibs to the apartments for open?
I'm going to give you my best guess this evening. Number one, they get just as much access as anybody else. Number two, your interest and that of the community has been heard. And to the extent that there are ways of encouraging that, both with this apartment project and going forward with the next phase as we talk with other builders, we certainly would want to push that issue as far as we could. I just can't promise it as a contractual obligation this evening. Is it something possible? Certainly.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. So I think Aaron really just summed up kind of exactly what I'm thinking perfectly. So we have not done our due diligence or preparation, in my opinion, as a city over the last 40 years to really build the low-income housing that we need, the tools to either build units or to build dollars, right? And so we have a lot of folks, whether they're low-income seniors, it's our grandmas and our grandpas, it's our kids who get pregnant and have to drop out of the workforce and raise a kid. We don't have the inventory of housing we need here. And so all of the, I shouldn't say all, several of the cities around us have built a variety of different tools over the last 40, 50 years. Whether that is every time you build, a certain percentage of your fee goes towards low-income housing fund, or every time you build, X percentage of units goes to building low-income units, particularly senior or kind of vulnerable folks. We haven't done that. And so we had a small fund of about $3 million that we wiped out last year. We don't have that fund anymore. My problem in Vacaville is we have dozens, if not hundreds of people walking around with vouchers that have nowhere to live, right? And so we're going to build this housing inventory, even though they have the rights and that they can apply for these property rentals. We know it won't happen because they'll run a variety of credit checks and income checks and all these different things. These families will get boxed out and they'll be relegated to waiting with their vouchers just like they are now. And so I do feel really bad, Mr. Loki, because this is totally the ninth inning and it's totally late. I'm not blaming you guys at all. My problem is, and I've said this before, I've been on this council for 4 years now, and every time a project that I don't agree with comes across, I have to vote yes on it or keep it moving because it was approved 12 years ago, or it was approved 20 years ago, or approved 13 years ago. Someone back then didn't care about low-income housing. I care about it today. And my problem is this plot of land is massive. It's probably one of the largest, most developable pieces of land we have in Vacaville. I'm so sorry that we're coming in last minute to the staff and Mr. Loki. But if we don't start building housing for our elders and we don't start building housing for our kids and folks that need a little extra help, the median household income in Vacaville is $76,000. People can't afford housing. We got to do something. So the inclusionary zoning ordinance is on its way, which is great. It's taken 40 years to get here. I don't feel comfortable voting for a project today this large that has no low-income housing in this chunk of town. And so again, Mr. Loki, thank you for all the extra effort. It wouldn't have been a whole lot of skin off the apartment builder's back to rent 15 of these homes to Section 8 folks. They get the same amount of money. There's no difference. I don't quite understand the math there. But again, we're going out of our way on the park fees. It just really feels like a one-way partnership. So that's my comments.
Thank you. So my comments are, I was sitting on this council when I received a phone call from Green Tree Partners, whoever was in charge back then, and they informed me that they were closing Green Tree down. I was devastated. And I grew up here in Vacaville. That was my golf course. And I was devastated for the residents that lived out there because within that day, that week, water pipes were ripped out, the place died, trees became dead, things were falling over, it became a big fire mess. The whole thing was done, I felt, atrociously. And I sat up here and said multiple times that I would not vote on a project until the residents of that area were happy with what was going on. My concern and my question tonight is we do have a development agreement, but my concern is we have something that I feel the majority of residents are okay with. The majority of residents have called me. We put together multiple committees and did, hundreds of meetings to make sure that we hit everything that the residents were asking for out there. My concern is if we change that zoning tonight, can't unring that bell. And if we have a development agreement, how long is that development agreement for? And then can city councils, and I kind of know the answer, but I'm going to make it vocal tonight. City councils down the road, go ahead and come back and change things because, it's, 20 years later and now we wanted to do something different. Go ahead and I'll let you answer.
Briefly, this development agreement has a term of 15 years.
Yeah.
And if the developer wished to change it, they would have to come back to the city council, the future city council. And there'd be a public hearing and public notification and a lot of participation from the Leisure Town folks, I'm sure.
In 15 years, that development agreement expires or it has to?
It expires in 15 years unless it were extended by an
And then
action of the
what
council.
happens? Then it's.
Then we
free game out
revert
there?
to the general plan and zoning in place and the specific plan in place.
And the city of Vacaville can't extend that. It would have to be mutual to
Yes.
extend that. That's scary. And the other hard part about voting on this tonight is these folks have lived out there in a desolate, dry, dead area. And when you go out there and talk to these residents and you look out their backyard, it's devastating. And they want something out there that's much prettier than what they have, which could be really anything. So it's tough because I want to sit up here and do the right thing. I said that I'd wait for the residents to be happy. I believe the majority of them are happy and they want to move forward with this. But I worry for them and for the future. If we've watched multiple developments sit for 15 years, and I would hate to see this change in 15 years and they don't get what they worked so hard for. So I do have those concerns. I do have a disappointment, and I'm talking to the brother back there from a local 180, the IBEW. Been, I don't know how many years that we've been working on this, how many meetings we've had. I would absolutely love to have some kind of labor language out there, but to come here tonight is disappointing. We could have came to me 5 years ago and said, hey, work with me. And we could have worked with the developer. Come tonight and say, hey, I know this is your last night. Go ahead and stop it tonight is very disappointing because I would love to have labor language, but you should have came to me 5 years ago and we could have sat down and made sure that happened. I would urge you to do that next time. Developments take a long time. Get ahead of it and talk to the developers and get with the council. I think they're all labor friendly up here and we want to make sure there's good labor standards out there. So that would be my recommendation. After that, I do have two more folks. I have Vice Mayor Stockton.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, this developer really went through some extra effort to make sure that the community, the Green Tree community that was most affected by this development was included in the process. I don't think that it's right to kind of change things at the 11th hour either. That being said, we also have a room full of people that are looking for help and resources with the amount of money that is being requested in addition to what was proposed at the last meeting. And so I would like to motion that we approve the project under the initial, without the 1.2. I don't disagree that we have the importance of trying to encourage, incentivize builders to build affordable housing. I think this council's been very clear on that with staff. But I also don't think that it's fair to the developer to do that on this project when they have gone above and beyond to make sure that the community that is existing there. But with that being said, I too am committed to making sure that our kids that grow up in this community and the folks that live here and are going to have future families are able to afford to live here in the community. But I think that what we have now is what everyone's had ample time to include their say-so and what this project looks like. So I'd like to move with the original minus the 1.2. So basically what was brought up to us at the last. Do I have a second? I'll second.
Are you good with that motion?
Yeah, so you're relying on the October 25th,
Yes.
2022 development agreement. Yes.
On the question, go ahead. I have a motion second. Just for the record.
Do we have a higher area within our town that has more residents with Section 8 vouchers than others? Fortunate trucks.
Cameron, we're calling you up. Please report. She ran. Come on to the mic. It's hot.
Hello, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? It's hard to hear out there.
Absolutely.
Do we have certain areas in town that have a higher concentration of units or families or individuals that are using their Section 8 vouchers? And the reason why I ask is I'm curious. So if what I'm hearing is there's no restriction to allow folks with Section 8 vouchers to access the place. So, but we do have deed restriction units throughout town. So my question is, do we have certain areas that have a higher concentration of individuals with Section 8?
Without pulling the information and looking at it, I do know that the areas where rents for multifamilies and even single families are deemed a little bit more affordable for our Section 8 tenants tend to be areas that they choose to rent in because of the more affordable prices. So I, again, without looking at where our units are located, I can't say this neighborhood has X amount of percent or this neighborhood has, a smaller percentage of concentration.
Do we have deed restricted units for Section 8 in town? Or is
So-
anything to that effect?
So our deed restricted units are not tied to the Section 8 program. They're deed restricted under other affordability agreements that the city of Vacaville has, and that again is separate from the Housing Choice Voucher Program and where those tenants choose to use their vouchers.
And I agree with Stockton's comment.
Okay, I have a motion second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous?
No.
Oh. You say no? All right, we'll change that to a no. Not unanimous. Richie?
And I
Richie is a no.
have two ordinance titles to read, and I
Yes,
apologize if they're very long.
No.
So, ordinance approving and adopting the Green Tree Specific Plan and amending Title 14, Chapter 14.09.040 of the City of Vacaville Municipal Code by amending the zoning map to change the zoning district designation from Parks and Recreation and Highway Commercial to General Commercial, Residential Medium, Residential High Medium, Residential High, Open Space, Residential Low Medium, Mixed Use Overlay, Parks and Recreation, and Public Facilities. APNs 0133120190, 0133120340, 0134020180, 0134020240, 0134020290, 0134020300, 0134020310, 0134020320, 0134020330, 0134020340, 0134020350, 0134020360, 0134020380, 0134020450, 0134020460, 0134033010, 0134033370, 0134033380, 0134033400, 0134180030, 0134180040, 0134181130, 0134181140, 0134183140, 0134183150, 0134310010, 0134332100, 0134332180, 0134480110, and ordinance adopting the development agreement between the City of Vacaville and Green Tree South LLC and Green Tree Properties LLC.
That's it?
That's all.
All right. I do have Councilmember Ritchie. He'd like to make one 2-second comment.
Maybe four. So to clarify that long list, my no vote would be for, I wanted the as is with the 1.2 credit, but I'm a yes vote for Green Tree. So I'll make sure my no vote was.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. No, we're done. Yeah, 9B. Oh, we're going to bring him back in? Yeah, thank you very much. Yes.
If nobody cares, the folks in the audience, them, got a lot of.
That's up to the fire chief. Where's the fire chief? Fire chief, we good? Or are we going to move the stairs? I can take this one. What's purpose? Okay, Mr. City Manager, welcome back. We're going to move to 8B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This is a revisitation of the Southtown Apartment Project. I'm going to introduce Aaron Morris, our Community Development Director, and Payman Bavan, who will give you a presentation on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. This is an item that was a continued consideration of 2 appeals of the Planning Commission's decision to approve the Southtown Apartments project. This presentation will highlight the council's discussion and direction provided to staff at the September 27th council meeting and staff's review of this direction in light of the Housing Accountability Act, and will conclude with staff's recommendation. Brief background, this project, which was filed under the Housing Accountability Act, SB 330, was filed initially in April of 22. It was formally filed in May of 22. The city has held several meetings, a neighborhood meeting in June, the aforementioned Planning Commission meeting in August. Following the commission's approval of the project, we received 2 appeals, and at the September 27th City Council meeting, the City Council considered the project. Tonight, I don't have a detailed presentation of the project because that was done on September 27th. Also, there were detailed presentations by appellant number 1, who is the applicant seeking to remove condition number 7, and appellant number 2, the Southtown neighbors seeking to deny the project. We received a lot of public comments at that meeting. The council closed the public hearing, had a lot of discussion, and ultimately it culminated in council providing direction to staff to bring back resolutions to deny appeal number 1, that would be the developer's appeal, and to approve appeal number 2 with findings of denial for the project. And this is where I say that staff heard you loud and clear, but I want to walk through the next slides to explain where we're at and why. So this project is subject to the Housing Accountability Act, which is a state law that was put in place in light of the housing crisis. So what the Housing Accountability Act says is if a project is consistent with applicable plans and standards, the city has to approve it. If the city wants to deny the project, the city has to find specific adverse impacts, and these have to be quantifiable, direct and unavoidable, and we have to have substantial evidence supporting those findings. And so at the meeting, we listened to what the council said, and there seemed to be 3 key concerns: traffic and circulation impacts the project might cause, parking impacts, and also how the project would affect evacuation routes. So I'd like to go through each of these briefly and then conclude. So the first council concern, and we heard a lot about this also from the public at Planning Commission and here, is a concern that the project would exacerbate existing collisions and injuries on Leisure Town Road. And this is something where, as I discussed in the staff report, we evaluated the data that was provided by Ms. Minion, and the city staff also pulled data for a 10.5-year period between January 1st of 12 and June 30th of 22. And the data does not support a finding that this project would cause an adverse impact. After the staff report was published, actually as recently as today or yesterday, Ms. Minion provided additional data. And while it does document some collisions both in Vacaville and in Fairfield, it again does not provide evidence supporting that the project would cause a substantial adverse impact. And the staff report breaks it down, but essentially between that, in that 10-year period, the city added 1,200 housing units, saw a very small increase in collisions per year, and none of the collisions appeared to be related to these new housing projects. Second council concern was about parking and about the parking design, the amount of the parking, and the concern that it could create a specific adverse impact. And in this case, parking is prescribed by our Land Use and Development Code. This project meets the parking requirements under the letter of the law, where 467 are required. They are providing 468. There's a concern from the council and from the public about allowing on-street parking, but our city code clearly allows residential projects to accommodate some of their parking on the street surrounding it. And there also was concerns about site distance obstructions. Our city code specifically prohibits those, and this project has been designed to keep those corners clear. So staff concluded that there wasn't substantial evidence really supporting that parking could be considered a specific adverse impact under the Housing Accountability Act. Then get to the third key concern, and this is the one about evacuation routes, and would the new project exacerbate existing congestion during a mass evacuation event? So this is something where staff, we did consult with the Public Works Department and with the Fire Department. We couldn't find anything that would support a finding that this project would conflict with an emergency response plan. It's not in a fire hazard severity zone. It doesn't require special fire safety design features. It in fact eliminates a grass field, which could be considered a fire hazard. But further, a lot of the concern about fire evacuation routes is really in the process of being solved right now. And as noted in the staff report, there's a countywide effort looking at establishing evacuation areas. I checked in with the fire chief today and was informed that these new evacuation areas should be in place as early as spring of next year. So that concern related to this project, staff could not find a way to turn that into a finding for denial. So the unpopular message is that staff could not take the council's concerns and turn them into these findings of these adverse impacts under this state law. We couldn't document sufficient evidence that this project would create these specific adverse impacts. And so that's why we concluded that denying this project, if the council did that, it would not be consistent with state law. And because there are no specific adverse impacts supported by evidence that the project would cause, the city really doesn't have a choice but to approve this project. Trying to be as direct as possible. And then I just wanted to make sure that we did get quite a bit of correspondence before I talk about the recommendation. The applicant provided us with numerous items of correspondence that I think the council has seen. One of them was their case that the condition number 7, which requires that they participate in funding their public services, should be removed because they've turned in a fiscal impact analysis that says that the project is not going to cause a fiscal impact. Staff hasn't had time to fully review that. It could be that there's a basis to reduce the amount of CFD fee that would go toward that this project would contribute to, but without the time to get into it, staff maintains that condition number 7 is appropriate because it does provide, in that second part, a little bit of flexibility on the amount of the fee that the developer would pay. So, and we did get some additional comments from other members of the public, no one supporting the project and everyone expressing concerns about different aspects of the project. So with that, staff's recommendation is based on the Housing Accountability Act that the council should deny appeal number 1 and appeal number 2 and reaffirm the Southtown Moody EIR and approve the plan development for a permit for the Southtown apartments, subject to the conditions of approval, including condition number 7.
Thank you. I'll open it up to the public.
I want to be the closer. I've been through these things. I don't have.
Just step forward.
Hello, my name's Alicia Minion, and I'm the appellant, appeal number 2. So first, what I want to start out with is, threats of a lawsuit should not get in the way of you doing the right thing. Approval of my appeal was the right thing to do. When both the residents and the developers are threatening lawsuit, this means that the staff has not done a good job. There's been threats from other third parties like YIMBY, but they don't know the facts. They don't live here. The developers from Texas, they don't live here. And I think what you need to remember, council, is that staff doesn't run the city, you do. And in my appeal, I provided findings that substantiate and warrant the approval of my appeal. The other thing is I hear staff keep saying the Accountability Act, SB 330, SB 330. No, they're conflating two things. Planning Commission made 2 decisions. One was to reaffirm the EIR, and one was to approve a plan development. The EIR stands on its own. Under SB 330, if the project requires an EIR, then there needs to be one. This 2004 EIR, the staff is saying it's okay to apply the 2004 EIR under old standards to a project that has today's standards. They're disparately different. That makes the EIR dead. Ask the staff. They know that EIR is dead. For that reason alone, my appeal approval, the approval that you voted on, is correct. Number 2, I provided you findings along with Wendy Brecken. These are findings that you make. So after the appeal is approved, your own Muni code requires the next step is that findings be made. Those are the findings that form the basis of your approval of my appeal. If the developer doesn't like it, they can work with the staff and come back and address our concerns. They could reduce the units, put all the parking on site, but they don't want to. So then I guess they'll have to let a judge decide. But you made the right decision, and I gave you the proof. And the other thing too is Senate Bill 330. If you look at the developer's application, why don't you ask yourself why the project description, specifically parking, doesn't match the planned development application for design review that was submitted supposedly on April 12th. There's a lot of, we were just deceived from day one. This entire process, our neighbors, our residents have been deceived. You've been deceived. We have provided you many letters and facts and that show that we were deceived. And this is plain wrong. And so just remember, the EIR is dead. It's inadequate. For that reason alone, that substantiates the approval of my appeal. Mayor, how much time do I have left?
I think I give 10 minutes, right, for the,
Oh, I get extra time today?
do I or do I not? I don't know. I did.
Okay, that's amazing. Can I, okay. I didn't know you were giving me extra time.
Well, it was my understanding tonight, everybody was entitled to 3 minutes.
Okay.
Oh.
Time. I'll let you wrap up because that's my fault. I should have checked with my lawyer.
Oh, okay, and I
Please
didn't
wrap
know. Oh, okay.
No, sir.
Okay, so I did all, I'm just hoping that you read my email. I provided the findings. That is the next step that you should make. And also, I disagree with the staff. The traffic report alone, those accident reports is another reason. Unacceptable amount of accidents, 342 accidents on Leisure Town Road, 76 accidents on Vanden. The EIR required that the staff assess cumulative impacts for traffic. That has not been provided. They had every opportunity to do it and they didn't. It's wrong to relitigate this.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right. Thank you.
Don't relitigate it. It's illegal and it's wrong.
I'm going to kill your mic.
Right, I'm going to stick to 3 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for being able to speak here tonight and for coming and representing, the public in Vacaville, because that's what you're doing. And I also feel like your instincts were correct the first time. I work in science. We talk the jargon of science, evidence-based science, and it trumps clinical experience. Evidence-based science originally was clinical experience. Anybody who took the trip down Leisure Town Road tonight into a sea of bright lights that they almost had to put knows that the traffic analysis was not adequate. You can't look at Leisure Town Road, and in fact, in one of the statements on the traffic analysis, it identified problems further down Leisure Town Road. That's where I live, in a small neighborhood to the east of Leisure Town Maple Road. You can't enter or exit. I live in a 2.5 acre rural residential neighborhood, and that means as a rural residential, you can have a residence and an agricultural cottage industry, which I have on my property. I've had clients say to me, how do you get in and out of your road? So in their analysis of the traffic, they said, we're talking about traffic right here by this apartment complex. We're not going to be responsible for those accidents further down the road. I've driven on Leisure Town Road on a Sunday when 80 West is backed up and it looks like the road warriors. I actually have called the police and said, you need to get somebody over here. I just saw someone passing southbound traffic in the northbound lane. So the traffic is real and it's a problem and it's only going to get worse. And we are supposed to put up with it while we're waiting for these projects to be developed so that eventually it can be a 4-lane road with turn lanes, and then people with livestock trailers can get on and off my road. That was my one problem. The science, you can use data to show what you want. If you don't look at existing county roads where the traffic that can't fit on Leisure Town drives out into, like my neighborhood, you're not going to know that that's traffic that's being caused by this project. My other point about evacuation, twice having to evacuate livestock from fires at Cement Hill, and coming down Highway 80 with evacuated animals from Rockville in my trailer. I have been stopped once for 2 hours at the traffic circle on Vanden. At that time, I had a person in my truck with me, the owner of the livestock we were attempting to evacuate. And we were all stuck in that traffic circle for 2 hours. She was starting to get panicky, which is what you feel when you're trying to be evacuated and you're watching a fire come over the hill. I had worked as a forest firefighter for the U.S. Forest Service. I had a little bit of common sense about how we were going to get through it, so I wasn't panicking. I had my daughter in the car with me again on 80. I got evacuated in 2020 off onto Manual Campus. I was held up, so CHP take us off the freeway, then Fairfield Police want to get us, off of Manual Campus. 7 hours in a trailer with my daughter. So evacuation is real. It should be something that's planned before an emergency, because once it happens, nobody figures out what to do.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. If you guys can make your way all the way down here, that way we don't have to. Okay.
If I could get just a point of privilege on a different subject, I wanted to thank you, Mayor, for your service to your city. Mr. Ritchie, I couldn't vote for you. I met you while you were campaigning, remember? Yeah, you're doing a great job. We're proud to have you. As you know, I helped you campaign for city council. I'm proud of all the work you've done. And many of our council members, I haven't been down for a while. Thank you for your service to our country and to our city. I've been here for over 40 years. I'm a Teamster retired, lucky truck driver, 2 million safe driver miles. Had a couple accidents, people bumped into me. Luckily, I didn't hurt anyone, and I survived and loved my job. I have seen city after city traveling from this distribution center all the way to Monterey, Carmel. I delivered San Jose, Santa Rosa, Fresno, Tahoe. I love chaining up in the snow. I've done it all. I've seen these cities make these mistakes time and time again. Now, I come before you to thank you for your service and whatever you decide to do. I thought I'd be campaigning for you for supervisor because you're a natural, but I love that you're putting your family first. We all appreciate it. You gave us good service, and all of the city council people do. I just wanted to thank you personally, and I appreciate it. On the Southtown project, could you put the project up like I asked you to? She said she needed permission from the mayor. Anyway, I'd like to see it because I don't know the name of the street.
You don't have it?
I don't have it in the slide deck because this was focused on.
Build a picture for us.
Come on.
We don't have it.
All right. Okay, so this morning, because I had to take a vet to Travis, one of my buddies, for dental surgery and drive him home. And I have this shirt on because it's Vets Month. And thank you for going down and honoring our vets. I couldn't go there because I was at the Dixon Cemetery.
You're going to run out of time, brother. I want you to get to your point.
Okay. Anyway, they don't have the map. So the project site, and the only reason I know about it is I have a girlfriend over there 13 months. And I live here for, over here. So safety is the concern. Like you said at the last meeting, it just doesn't fit the neighborhood. I'm quoting you. I'm not voting it because it doesn't fit the neighborhood. Quote, roll the tape. It's a safety thing, and I'll tell you why. Redstone comes up to the light, okay? So you have this big project with way too many kids that are going to live there. Do you think they're going to stay contained? They're going to be running around, riding their bikes and their scooters, and they're going to get run over on the NASCAR Leisure Town Expressway. I was there this morning, and point of privilege, because I gave the comments to the council.
I know, but I can't.
You let her go for 6. I just want to make one last important point.
Quick,
it's safety. There's not 100 people here.
There is 100 people.
So, Mayor.
Please just wrap it up, please.
Yeah, Mayor. With the safety issue and this, they just put a big fence all around that. You know what they did? Why did they do that? I'd like the staff to answer that.
I thank you for your time.
Okay.
Next.
Please reject this project as it is.
Next, please.
There's not enough parking. It's dangerous to the community.
Mr. Mayor, Council, people of the community, thank you.
This is the first time in the 5 years that I've been living in Vacaville that I've had a chance to actually address anything, and this one's kind of particular to my needs because it is Southtown. I bought one of the last houses off of Sitka Drive, which is adjacent to this project. If I was to quote a few things I've heard tonight about following or trying to honor the will of the people, so far I haven't come across a single neighbor that seems to be too inclined to want to see a 3-story apartment project show up in our backyard. About picking the right product for the people or the right area. I don't see how a 3-story apartment complex fits in an area full of 2-story houses, single-family homes. I have 2 small kids, so I do have a natural concern for the safety of them, a child of a law enforcement family, and know that traffic is going to become a concern. The findings might address the fact that there's no existing concern, but when you start adding a whole bunch of different housing units that are high density, even more than what we have now, I fear that we're going to have a greater situation there. Additionally, it mentioned that there's no fire concern. Well, I think that grass is a little bit more easy to manage than a bunch of people and apartments that will add to the risk. And then just generally, it's I don't see how it fits the neighborhood, the situation with the will of the people. And I'll keep mine short. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I think I want to make a new friend. So I'm over here. We've already talked through this multiple times, all of us. You've heard all the residents that really how they feel about it. We've thought we were a part of a project that was pulled out from underneath us and then thrown this at us at the last minute. And there's been contention. We've been a part of the whole process as long as we've been allowed. Councilmember Ritchie, you brought up with Green Tree how hold on, let me go back to my note. Green Tree, you made a point to say apartments first, so everyone knows what is going in. It's been brought up plenty of times before. That is a very good point. Green Tree is also proposing less apartments in a much smaller lot next to our development. In no way did the ERR even get brought up again by staff. Staff is absolutely not listening to anything that you're saying, anything that we're saying, and they're making the facts work in their favor because I believe that they were colluding with the developer this whole time to make this process go through. They have absolutely hated this project or hated our objection to it. They've supported the project and they've done everything they could to be able to support that. I'm tired. I'm tired of showing up to these meetings to hear about another developer trying to force their way in. This same developer, the same representative for whoever is building these apartments now, wants to bully everybody around and say, well, you're going to do it because he thinks he owns the city. He thinks he owns everybody up there. He thinks he owns the right to be able to do whatever he wants. And you know what? He's going to keep doing that. You can't imagine that he's going to want to keep doing that after this whole process is over, especially if there's a lawsuit. We talked about safety right there on Burgundy and Redstone, which is right at the corner of the thing. That's where my kids meet for the bus. That's where they meet to get their rides. That's where it's not a really safe turn out of there. And then the buses could find a different way to meet, but that's what's worked in the bus route. You can add another accident, I'm guessing. Chief Marshall will probably tell you there was an accident. I'm assuming, I didn't see the accident, but on Alamo and Leisure Town, again, on the way home from work, there was glass all over the whole road, looking like it was from a car accident. So we're adding multiple cars. I didn't grow up. I lived backed up to Leisure Town for a long time. I jumped the fence multiple times for car accidents right there at Ulatis and Leisure Town. It just happens all the way along it because it's not built for the amount of numbers that are going in. So I just want you to please keep your word. You've already denied the project. You approved Alicia's appeal. Please just do that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir?
Good evening, council, mayor. Longtime resident of Vacaville, 40 plus years, lived on Burgundy Street for the last 6. Nothing's changed since September. When you guys voted 7-0 to deny this project, nothing's changed. They haven't come back, changed the way the traffic plan is. The EIR is 20 years old. There's no new traffic plan to address the situation. As you spoke about Green Tree, the developer worked with the community, worked with the residents to get something they wanted. This developer has never worked with us. They've never once come out and said, hey, what do you guys want here? What would look good here, right? I don't want to look at a tubular steel fence out in my front yard to look into people's front yards or backyards or whatever it is. It's not a good project. It's not a good fit. I urge you to keep your word from the last meeting, 7-0, vote no, deny this project.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Robin Sickler. I live in Redstone and have been there since our house was a frame, and we designed that house from the ground up, and we've loved living there. Not so sure we're going to love living there anymore if this goes through. Back in September, you very wisely voted unanimously to shut this project down, and we urge that you continue to do that. City staff wants quantifiable numbers. So I've got some math for you on the parking. From City Council, or from City of Vacaville in 2021, it's vehicle data from the census.gov. Occupied housing units with no vehicles available is 3.4%. Occupied housing units with one vehicle available is 26.6%. Occupied housing units with two vehicles available is 36.4%. And with three vehicles, it's 33.6%. So when you apply those percentages to the 236 units they are planning to put in our front yard, then you've got a total of 472 parking spaces needed. The allotted parking spots are 468 according to this project, and that's supposed to include guest parking. The developer went on record to state that they are assuming all apartment residents will use their garages and driveways in the units that get them before parking on the street, which we all know is not going to happen. We have 3 cars at our house. We have a 3-car tandem garage. 1 car goes in our garage. The rest of it is to store all of our crap that doesn't fit inside of our house, which I know everybody else is the same way. So per the Vacaville 2021 census data, 472 parking spots are needed to cover residents only and does not consider guest parking, which per the staff report issued today requires another 79 spots. That doesn't count upright. So we are short 83 spots for this project, according to the data from the City of Vacaville and the census and the vehicle data. So I am urging you to please not approve this and go back on your word from September. We are imploring you, this is a terrible fit for our little small neighborhood. There is one exit out one street and one exit out the other. The traffic situation, they're not even taking into consideration all of the homes that are being built to our side as well, off of Redstone. There's 2,000 or so houses going in right there that are going to add to the probably 750 to 1,000 residents, individual people who are going to live in these 236 units in our front yard. Not to mention all of the homes that are being built off of Leisure Town the other direction. All of that's going to create an absolute mess when it comes to traffic and parking. And I urge you to please continue with your no vote. Thank you.
Hello, Council, Mayor. My name is Paul Wilkins. I also live in the Redstone community. I noticed the traffic accident report that they had up there spanned, I think she said 2 or 10 years, but they only had 3 years worth of data, 2019 to 2022. That was during COVID. There wasn't a lot of traffic on that road because we were shut down. So that's something to consider, because if that's the only data that they used, they're not taking into account the increase of the housing within that area. I just want you to consider that in your decision on voting no for this particular.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, council, staff, and public. My name is Roberto Valdez. I'm a longtime resident. I've lived here at least, I think, about 35 years. And I can tell you, I've been coming to the city council since probably 1998. I lost track. But tonight, I'm compelled to talk to you, to give my point of view of what I'm observing here. Number one is that whether you're leaving or staying here in this council, or whoever in your staff, whoever, that you listen to the public comments, especially those people who are living there at that moment. Luckily, I don't live there, but I've seen all the development going throughout the years. And this project, Southtown, it's just one of the many projects that you ambitiously have pushed. I don't care whether you've been here or not. You need to educate yourself if you haven't been here. You have pushed to develop to cancel the whole purpose of our reliever road, whether it's Van Dan or whether it's Leisure Town. You know, you're really doing a great job of trying. My suggestion to you, all of you, the next time you see I-80 congested with traffic, take a drive over by Leisure Town and you'll see how the traffic, it doesn't take much to get stuck in Vacaville. And I'm telling you, I'm speaking from years of experience. I will never forget December 5th, 2005, when we had a big flood here, and it was awful. I couldn't even get to work in Oakland, you know. So it's get real with it, you know, listen to them. The other thing I want to say to you is that, and because of the 3-minute thing, I'm very proud of our residents who have come today and who have told you that they are concerned about, emergency evacuation, traffic congestion, and also community safety. Think about that. Think about that before you approve this, before you approve the EIR. Yes, you have a process to go through and people can decide, but I'm very proud that they're questioning that. This has been going on for the past 20 years or more, and it's going to get worse as we get more development on the reliever roads, Van Dan Road, Leisure Town, all the way to Fairfield. We're not an island. We can't just build and build and build and not think about the consequences. And each of us, if you really care about the community, you should think about that before you put in your vote and figure out, well, we don't have the roads, but we can build more and more houses. No, please listen to again, everybody here should question where we're going.
Thank you.
Because we all live here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to close public comment. Bring it to council. Councilmember Silva.
Staff please clarify on the different topics brought up about parking issues, and then also the data, elaborate a little bit more on the traffic data and time frame, and particularly COVID.
Thank you, Councilmember Silva. It's in the staff report. The traffic data is from a 10.5-year period beginning on January 1st of 2012 and ending June 30th of 2022. So the data I presented was for a 10.5-year time period that predated COVID by a lot. On the topic of parking, there is, in fact, census data that articulates how many cars are per residence, and the city's parking standards are probably based on that kind of data and more. But essentially, we have established fixed parking requirements in our Land Use and Development Code, and under the Housing Accountability Act, if the developer meets those fixed standards, there is not a basis to deny the project based on parking concerns. I did want to, if it's okay, touch on the EIR. Staff did evaluate whether this project is within the scope of the original Southtown EIR, and we found that it did. That was discussed more at length in the staff report for the September 27th meeting. But staff does not see the CEQA as the basis for denying this project. And there was one other, but if it comes up again, I'll hit it.
Okay. Sorry. You're on. No, you're on.
So what would be the amount of accidents to trigger such concern, a safety concern?
The state hasn't offered us any standards, but there is our city traffic engineer, almost as if she was ready to jump up here.
Gwen Owens, Public Works. So basically, there's an industry standard based upon the type of street that you're on. So if you're on a local residential where you have your driveways fronting on, there's not a lot of traffic, so you don't expect a lot of collisions. But if you're on an arterial that's a 4-lane road that has a lot of vehicles on it, you expect a higher number of collisions. So collisions are actually measured in millions of vehicle miles traveled. So it takes into account the length of the segment, also takes into account the amount of traffic, number of cars you have on the segment. So basically, based upon an arterial, a 4-lane arterial, the expectation is it would be about 2.3 million vehicle miles, collisions per million vehicle miles. So when we actually put together the data, what we did was we looked at pre-construction of Jepson, construction of Jepson, and post-construction of Jepson, because of the fact that you have 3 different types of scenarios and roadway conditions. And including all the collisions, including alcohol-related, which are collisions that we cannot design out of. Pre-Jepson construction, it was 0.76. During construction, it was 1.12. And post Jepson construction, it was 0.86. So all of those are below the 2.3 collisions per millions of vehicle miles traveled.
For Leisure Town.
For Leisure Town Road, correct.
But so the post Jepson, what do you know what years those are?
The post Jepson is 0.86.
I'm sorry, what years?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's from May 1st, 2019 until June 30th of 2022, because it was April, May of 2019 when Jepson was completed.
Did we see an upward trend post 2021 to current?
Well, it goes from 1.76 pre, 1.12 to 0.86. It's very minimal, the pre-construction versus post-construction.
Yeah, but from so when things started opening up from COVID, we'll just say beginning of 2021 to current, do we see any trend?
We have over 300 collisions, so we had to pull them out. First we have to vet them because there's a section of Leisure Town Road when we pull the collisions that are not part of this because it's by Midway, so that's not really part of what we're talking about. We didn't stratify it post 2021.
I thought you said you had 300 collisions in 2021.
Oh, sorry, about 300 collisions in total, more than 300 collisions in total. So what it is a lot of raw data, and to slice it and dice it gets kind of complicated.
All right, thank you. And then, so I just want to clarify, thank you, Glenn, appreciate it. What's the issue with townhomes? My understanding, the original discussion was that this would be something that would be ownable. And for me, for example, if the goal is to help, when we talk about NIMBY, or applying that term, for me, the goal to help people get out of poverty is to be able to build equity in home ownership. And I still haven't got a clear answer to understand how if you can have ownable condos or ownable townhomes, why that doesn't supplement the ability to have market rate rentals to where individuals can't build equity. So I don't know if you can help me understand why can't we have townhomes? My understanding is the residents were informed about.
I'll answer from my expertise as staff. I can't answer for the developer, but this site has general plan designation, a zoning designation that allows, you can use different terms, multifamily housing. It can allow high density housing. And this developer has chosen to come in and they've chosen to use the Housing Accountability Act process to propose the project that's before you. And staff doesn't have control over that, and you don't have control over that, neither does the public. But that is the project they're bringing forward is an apartment project, and they filed this under SB 330. So I don't see an opportunity for us to change the type of housing they're proposing because of how they brought it to the city.
Vice Mayor Roberts. Vice Mayor Stockton.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for everybody that came here to talk. I know that it sounds like there are a lot of very stringent things that we can consider with whether or not to approve or not approve this project. And so, but that doesn't mean that your comments go unheard. I recognize that staff has individually concluded that each of these things alone does not come, in their opinion, to the standard of warranting us denying this project. But I believe in our last meeting collectively The council agreed that they do. I haven't heard anything tonight that's convinced me otherwise, that collectively, these things don't pose a safety concern, a concern regarding evacuations. I'm a first responder. My job during fires is to go and assist with evacuations. And I can tell you it took 3 to 4 hours for me just to get to work to a patrol car while fire was coming and burning. So, you know, I think this is a conversation that maybe does need to go to a judge. My understanding is there's no existing case law revolving around this subject. I think that staff has given us their opinion. They've gone over the data that they believe is relevant towards informing us so that we can make the best decision that we possibly can. But I think collectively, it still remains my opinion that this project presents some pretty serious concerns that I think may have to be litigated to determine whether or not they're enough. But certainly they're enough.
Okay, Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know the evacuation plan is coming, but it's one of those things that until it's finished and we see the results of it, we can't really make a decision on how this and other developments in the area will affect it. Another piece of information is that in reality, this one development, like the traffic it produces, doesn't matter. You have to look at the aggregate of all the future developments. There's like half a dozen other ones going in off Leisure Town. So I feel we need to start doing more predictive analysis on what the total amount of traffic will be caused after all the developments are completed, because that's what really matters in the end. Because there's one here, one there, and yeah, if we don't look at the big picture, yeah, we may cause even bigger problems down the road if there's several thousand other houses going in, because you're probably looking at double that amount of cars and people driving. Like I said before, like growing up, my house, between my mom, my stepdad, my sisters, we had 5 vehicles in one house because we all had jobs going different directions, different schedules. And just the other day, I was trying to pull out of Stonegate, make a left on Leisure Town. I couldn't do it. I sat there for 10 minutes. So I eventually made a right and went all the way through town because there's no way to turn left at commute time. Other pieces, I think the staff is starting to get the idea that, yeah, we are a data-driven council, especially myself. And so just looking at like groups of time, especially when there's the anomaly like COVID, so you can't really include 2019 and 2020 in that data. And we really need to see trends, like what happened in 2019, what happened in 2020, 2021, and now. And so that way we can see if there's any trends and increases. And also what was in 2018, 2017, probably saw a dip when 2019, they shut down everything down. Because I know driving out to Rancho Cordova is where I'd get on the freeway, there'd be like 2 other cars driving all the way to Rancho Cordova. And yeah, it's very odd feeling, but every street was like that in the city. And so pulling data from those specific years, I suspect there's very, very minimal traffic collisions on those roads at that point in time. And Jepson Parkway is not finished. So there's a couple sections that need to be finished on that as well. So yeah, just some thoughts and considerations for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wiley.
I have a couple of questions and just observations too. When we're talking about traffic, when we talk about pre-Jepson, during Jepson, or post-Jepson, I think it would also be good to look at how many houses and other buildings were there, because that's the big issue, was how many people are now living along that area and how many more are now going in as the Vanden Meadows and all that is being built, or Vanden Villages or whatever it is that's being built out there now. And then I also want to know, when you say, well, it's not right there at that complex, so it's not really caused by it, but if it happened at the roundabout, or if it happened up at I-80, or if it happened where the woman's trying to get off of her road up there too, that's all impacted because of the 470 cars that are leaving these apartments. So what is the distance that you would consider it being impacted from that development? And then also the comments about the fire area, because one email I saw today said that the area just east of that was a high danger area. So I don't know if that's correct or not. Not right there, but just east of Leisure Town said it was a high danger area. And then the other thing with parking, we're talking about resident parking and guest parking. I wonder if there's like worker parking, because there's the maintenance people, since it's rental, there's going to be all the maintenance people and the people that are in the office and things like that. Is that part of this count? And are there charging spots? Because now with electric, we always have electric charging spots for apartment buildings. So is that part of this count of the building as well? And then one question about the 330 requirement. So does that matter whether it's ownership or rental? That's a question. And then we talk about, I mean, you said that 2004 ERR was still valid, which is hard to believe because it was so old and written before all those houses were there. And I think that said that the height of the buildings were supposed to be 35 feet, but now the current plan has the height of the buildings at 46 feet. So is that, it seems to me that's a factor, a change in the EIR, just with the height of those buildings as well. So those are a couple comments that I had.
I'll start with some of them. Perhaps our traffic engineer can answer others. Regarding the EIR, a change in building height would not necessarily trigger new CEQA impacts. And so part of looking at whether an old EIR is still valid is looking at what circumstances have changed in the community that have not been addressed by the EIR, whether the project is consistent with the vision of the EIR. There's a lot of legal analysis that goes into it, actually. We spent a fair amount of time looking into this. But the building height is an example of the form of the building can change slightly, but it doesn't necessarily trigger new environmental impacts that were not contemplated when that site was evaluated as a multifamily high-density housing site. Regarding the charging spots, there's existing building code and a new one you'll be reviewing tonight that still requires that developers pre-wire a certain number of parking spots to become charging stations, but I don't believe any are proposed to be installed as part of the project. But they will have to pre-wire them in compliance with the California Building Code.
So they're not additional parking, some residents parking.
In multifamily that have them actually up and running, they're typically interspersed in shared areas because it's recognized that multiple residents are going to use them. But that's, and then regarding SB 330, there is nothing in state law that provides different rules for ownership housing or rental housing. It's really if a project qualifies as a housing development project under SB 330, which is virtually any housing project where the developer files under that title, then the law applies to that project. There are additional, I guess, benefits, if you will, if it's a affordable housing project, but that's not even that much greater than what the state gives to these market rate projects.
Okay. And then with regards to the distribution of how far out you look, basically when we do a level of service traffic impact study, what we do is we look at the AM and PM peak hour, which is 7 to 9, 4 to 6, and we pick the peak, the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour, and we evaluate that. So what we do is we identify what the trip generation is from our Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual. For this particular project, because it has 236 units, in the AM peak, it would generate about 94 trips, and that's coming and going. And in the PM peak, it would generate 120 trips. That's coming and going, entering and exiting. Then when we actually do a traffic impact study, what we do is there's a distribution of the traffic because there's different ways to get from point A to point B, or people are going from point A to point C, et cetera. And so when you get down to a certain number, 20 trips, that's 20 to 50 is kind of when you'd stop having that distribution go out. Typically for traffic impact studies, 100 would be the threshold, the lowest threshold that in the AM or PM peak hour that you would even look at it, because when we had level of service as our threshold in the general plan, as opposed to now we have VMT, basically it's if you go from acceptable to unacceptable, or if you're in an unacceptable level of service and you add more than 5 seconds of delay, you need at least 100 trips to be even close to tripping any type of threshold. So with this project being 94 and 120, they're kind of very close to the very minimum of what we would ever look at. So does that answer your question?
I was looking for the distance from the apartment building, because I thought you said, well, that happened, so that wasn't a that wasn't from the apartment. You couldn't say that it was from the apartment because it was farther up the road or farther down the road.
So are you talking about collisions?
Right.
Okay, so with the collisions, what we did is we pulled collisions all the way from Vanden, all the way up to where it's the I-80 ramps. And in your staff report, there's a colored graphic that actually shows the location of where they are and whether or not it's non-injury, injury, or fatality. So we looked at that entire segment because I think part of the issue is not just the 236 units with regard to traffic.
Right.
It's the other traffic that's out there. We've built the first phase of Jebsen. We're putting out the second phase of Jebsen early 2023, should be constructed 2024, about like 18 months. And those improvements will go from Elmira all the way up to Ulatis, I believe, is where they go up to. Or actually a little bit north of Ulatis. So, and we're looking to, once again, find money to complete that remaining stretch.
You're good? Okay. We'll go to Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. So I actually, my comments are very similar to Councilmember Stockton, so I'm not going to repeat kind of the same sentiment. But what are our options? I mean, I know staff are making a recommendation tonight. I really like to uphold the original motion that we made last council meeting. I know staff are saying, no, we're putting you in an awkward spot, and I mean, no disrespect whatsoever, but I am not interested in changing my mind from last meeting. What are our options to move forward with that proceeding motion? How do we go to court? Like, what do we do next if we're not satisfied with the option presented tonight?
I will provide initial response and then look over to our city attorney to provide any further advice. But honestly, the state law has been tested in other jurisdictions where cities have denied projects kind of in defiance to state law. And they have been sued, not necessarily just by YIMBY law. That's one potential litigant that's sent us their letter of interest in our city, but by others, and they haven't won. And again, I'm not the legal expert, but the risk is by taking an action that is not consistent with state law, you'd be exposing the city to potential, significant fines from the state as well as all the attorney's fees. And I don't know how you would win, but that's why you have a lawyer over there to give you that advice. So yes, you can deny the project, and maybe by simple motion. You could approve the project as recommended by staff because we think the law says you have to. I think those are two.
So there's no
options.
like finding period, like it doesn't go to the state and they say, oh, actually you're wrong, you're incorrect here. It automatically goes to litigation.
The city will make a decision and we'll post a notice of determination that the decision's been made. And then there's a time period during which we could be sued.
So there's no appeals process that's.
No, the appeal of a council decision is through the courts. There's no other process for that.
Okay, thank you.
I believe we go back to Councilmember Ritchie.
I
I'm so
will,
sorry.
I will add one thing, is that if the council is inclined to deny the project, and I do have the same concerns as our community development director, state law is pretty strict, and I think we all have, we share the concerns of the neighborhood and we understand them, and staff took them very seriously, and that's why they went back to see if they could support the findings that are required by state law and came back with the data that they provided you. With that said, if the council is inclined to deny the project, then you're required to make certain findings, and you would have to make those findings with any motion of denial.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Okay, so I heard the crowd loud and clear. I'm going to stay away from traffic. That's something that I think was made very clear. I understand 330 very well. Maybe it's because of the line of work I made when I'm not up here. And I understand the place and position we're in. So when I leaned over to Councilman Silva, I just want to make sure it's not a private conversation. What I was talking about with Silva was...
I told you a joke.
What? I listened to him to what he said and the passion he had, and real estate and home ownership is a pathway to family wealth and wealth creation. And it is something that builds a lot of value and wealth in the community and empowers. I'm inclined to find a way to delay this. 330 allows for ownership and rent. I think there's one option we haven't discussed yet. We can't control traffic. I'm not going to get in that dilemma. That's above my pay grade. But parking is one element that can shift. There's other cities and states. It's really taken off in the desert in Arizona, in Central Valley. They're building whole communities, 5,000, 7,000 homes that are all for rent. They're master planning. This project could possibly have one more option. It would be a win-win and control traffic. I live off Town 2, from District 2. My sister got T-boned by a car on Hawkins Road with her daughter in the car. I know the risk, know the problem, so I'm not naive to that. But there's one option we haven't discussed yet. Under 330, that project can be built if we give the developer one opportunity to come back and discuss to us how we can take this condo, I can't give it away, apartment complex. You can build apartment complexes, they're doing it all over the state, with the infrastructure, the flow to be converted to condos. So the price point per unit for an apartment is different from the price point per unit for a condo. That can eliminate just enough units to mitigate some of the parking problems, but with a future goal that at some point, this project will be converted into condos. Therefore, we'll have a kind of cohesive neighborhood of ownership and the opportunity for more smaller condo units to be available for residents to start that path of home ownership. It's a win-win. So no one's talked about that yet. Because I spent some time reading the Wall Street Journal and stuff, but there's an option no one's discussed. I mean, you could find the price per unit. You can hit the books, figure out, I can eliminate 13 units, increase the parking, keep some cars off the street with an intent, maybe just, I think, 20 years, convert this from apartments to ownership. And people that are living there have the opportunity. There's other places where, for example, you pay $2,000 a month in rent. Maybe 5% of that rent would go into a fund to help you with the closing costs to actually buy the unit you're living in. There's a lot of creative things to be done outside of Vacaville that you can make it happen. So it can be a win-win. Now, the project's going to come regardless. I want the best project to come to Vacaville that's going to be amicable for the community. Maybe that just enough can give them the foresight to say, I will reduce those units, knowing that at some point I will turn this project over to the community. It'll be a homeowner association, and you guys can manage your own community. It's an option. We can delay it, give one more chance to say the feasibility of reducing the units with intent to come condos within 10 years will give me the ability to kind of cash flow enough to make it work for me for a 10-year period to sell it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stockton.
Thank you. I have two things. The first question is, if this goes to litigation, would it have to proceed until there's a finding, or if we get regular updates like we do with other closed session items, is that something that council could revisit this later on if it, is that something that would be, we would be given updates on and could make further decisions later on?
If it does proceed to litigation, the council certainly would be given updates. It would depend on any negotiations with the party that's suing us, if there would be an opportunity for the council to resolve or settle it or compromise in some certain way. It would also have to come back to the council if you were to bring a different project forward.
Okay.
In a public meeting.
Okay, and then the developer hasn't spoken today, but I did have one question for the developer, if that's okay. Oh, should I ask it here? Okay, that's fine. And you don't have to answer, but my question is, it appears very clear that this community has been under the impression that these were going to be townhomes that were built there. And my question is, was it your decision or staff's recommendation that you build apartments, or is it your decision that you wanted to build townhomes or apartments?
Your mic's on.
Good evening, Council. Christian Sebring on behalf of the applicant. When the development agreement for the Southtown development area expired, the floor of the minimum density went up under us. And so from a site planning perspective, it is not feasible to get a townhome only project on that site anymore because of the city's adopted zoning that we're now subject to. We have a minimum zoning of 20 units an acre now. We can't go below 20 units an acre. It's illegal for us to go below 20 units an acre. And the city has, as to the traffic issues, the Green Tree project that just came along, that's a lot of units coming on Leisure Town that the city just approved, and we don't see how our project would have any different impact.
So,
Fewer units.
so to answer my question, the decision to build apartments was yours?
The business plan of apartments versus condos?
Yes.
That is the applicant's business model. That's correct.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Councilmember Roberts?
I was going to ask for, with stuff litigation, SB 330, how do those play with each other? Like, do we have to wait for, like, say they come down with SB 330 application, the state says, hey, you have to build these, or you have to let them build it. Like, there's still litigation from that point, or?
I'm sorry, can you
Like, if the
repeat
state
that?
dictates that, we have to let them build. Like, is there grounds for litigation? Because, like, even though we denied it, like, they still get to build it anyways.
So if we go to litigation, if we're sued by the developer, that is one likely result that the court would send it back and tell us to comply with SB 330 and approve the project.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Councilmember Wiley?
So just to be clear, are we voting on this one and then voting on the other one? Or are they tied together to deny both of them? Or because we're all still talking about the appellate's thing first. Okay. So we're going to deny 1 and 2 together, or? Well, that's what's happening. Okay. All right.
Councilmember Wiley?
So are we going to talk about appeal number 2 before we vote on this then?
Or the president.
I just didn't know if they were going to say, I guess the first one, we're talking about number 2, really. So number 1, were they going to talk about that one at all, the developers? Because that's the one that said we don't want to pay the CFD.
So
Right,
staff has completed the presentation on
Right.
both elements.
Okay.
The public comment period was open and closed. And so now it's in your court to make a decision on the recommendation that you have before you.
Okay, I wanted to make a quick comment. I have sat up here for 14 years. We come up here with an open mind. We listen to the developer, we listen to the public, we listen to our staff. As you know, for the last 4 years, I've sat up here as the mayor of the city of Vacaville, as chair of this city, this council up here. And I always let all my council members speak before I speak. That being said, you also know me as I want to get through the agenda and make it work one way or the other, however it's going to be. At the last council meeting, there was lots of stuff brought up about safety. I had strong comments about other things that weren't about safety, but I didn't bring up the other comments because the comments were already made. We made the motion because it was about safety, and that we wanted to take it back to the staff and have the staff do their due diligence to make sure that we were making the correct decision for tonight. So I just want to be very clear that it's not about if it works or if it feels good. It's about safety concerns. And so staff gave their opinions tonight, and now we have to make the decision. But my mind's always been open. It's always been about the safety concerns. And I just wanted to be very clear about that tonight because I only spoke about one thing last time. I want to be very clear about safety concerns tonight. So with that, I'll entertain motion.
I have one more question.
Sure. Councilmember Roberts.
With regarding like timelines, I know SB 330 has certain timelines for the approval of things. Under public safety, like specifically the evacuation for emergencies, can we table this until that plan is put together so we have the completed plan for the county? Because I think until that's complete, it's too early to make any judgment call on what the public safety issue is regarding evacuations. I mean, not just for the city, but Fairfield and other agencies as well.
There's a time limit under SB 330 for approving the project, and we're running out of time on that time period. If the developer wanted to grant more time, they could do that, and that could waive
Public
that.
safety isn't accepted, correct? Or as a
For denying the project, if the council made a finding of this adverse impact that the project would cause that's based on a fixed standard, public safety could be the basis of that, but
we don't have that standard yet. That's what I'm
Right.
saying. It's like, it's not been produced by the county. So we can't say it's a actual issue or not until the evacuation plan is completed.
yeah, the law specifically says that if the project's consistent with rules and standards in effect at the time that it's deemed complete, that those are the standards the city can hold the project accountable to.
I mean, the standard is a grand jury report. It said it dictated that the county had to do it. So that is predating these councils. So I don't know. It's a written standard. They had to do it by the grand jury. So I don't know how that plays into it.
Vice Mayor Stockton.
Yes, we've heard testimony today, additional concerns related to the safety. In totality, I motion that we keep the same recommendation from the last.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? One.
Can you repeat the motion?
The motion is that we maintain the same recommendation from the last meeting, specifically the one in front of the public, not the closed session related. Is that your understanding, Councilmember Sullivan? Yes.
So will you clarify that?
So that would be to appeal.
One.
So it would be to approve appeal number 1, deny appeal number 2, deny the Southtown Moody EIR, or excuse me, to approve Ms. Minion's appeal, deny the other appeal, and to deny the EIR, correct? As well as to deny the planned development of Southtown? That was my understanding.
That particular motion would, in effect, say that you're denying the project. And if that is the case, I would encourage the council to add some global concepts of findings that you're basing that action on for the record. And you can say that based on the record that you've heard tonight, based on...
Based on the testimony that we've heard from the community, based on the stats that have been provided by staff, the comments made by council, and
related to traffic,
related
parking.
to traffic safety, related to the evacuation issues, the fact that Travis Air Force Base is right there, and that's an added issue with evacuation and safety of the country. I think we've heard a lot about safety, and I think we can rely on the testimony that we heard from the community and from council over the last 2 meetings for that appeal, is my understanding, correct? Absolutely.
I think one of the other big concerns I have is the old EIR. Staff told us that was okay, but we have a new project plan, the EIR that's almost as old as me. I have some serious concerns about all of the above that you just mentioned with the stale EIR. I know staff have said that they've assessed this out and they've looked at it, but I have some similar concerns there, resulting in some serious safety and evacuation concerns like you mentioned as well.
Do we need a re-motion with everything that was stated?
I would recommend it.
Okay. Can you re-motion? Sorry. Sorry, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I motion that we deny appeal number 1, is that correct? Approve appeal number 2, deny the Southtown Moody EIR. Well, that's why I said it the opposite way the first time, because of what that said. So let me rephrase, let me start over,
Vice
please.
Mayor out?
I would like to approve Ms. Minion's appeal, deny the developers. I would like to not affirm the Southtown Moody EIR from 2004. And I would like to not approve the planned development for Southtown Apartments subject to the conditions of approval based upon the testimony that we heard at the last 2 meetings and the comments by.
And based on your earlier comments, Those would include traffic safety, the evacuation plan, a stale EIR. I think those were the three.
It includes all of the testimony that we heard from council and from the staff.
Are you good with that motion?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Sullivan, are you seconding that motion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Say yes, you oppose it? I have one that
I'd
opposes
like
it.
the opportunity to have them come back to that option. Maybe we can deny it.
The motion and second was made, been voted on. Thank you very much. Are we good with that item? Okay, we will move on to the next. Can we move items over? No, not now. We should have done it before. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay, we're going to bring it back. And I'm going to ask the council, Mr. City Manager, I'm going to ask the council to move item 9C up to the next item so we can get that one off the plate. If anyone has any objections. All right, we'll move to 9C. Staff ready for that? I guess I should ask staff.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was just making sure that our staff is here, so.
Is our staff ready?
Yep, thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, this next item, per your request, is the discussion about the use of ARPA funds and the allocation of those funds for nonprofit organizations. So tonight we have Emily Cantu and Tamara Golden from our Housing Community Services Department making the presentation for you tonight.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. As Aaron said, we are asking council to consider selecting nonprofit organizations that submitted applications for grants for nonprofits using the American Rescue Plan Act dollars. A real quick recap: in 2021, ARPA was signed into law to provide fiscal aid to local jurisdictions to address COVID-19. The city received a little over $12.5 million. Funds can be used for expenses for March 21 through December 2024 and have to be used for an eligible expense. The categories of those eligible expenses are in your staff report. In October 21, the council heard about the eligible categories, priority areas identified by staff, and recommended online budgeting survey. And then later in April, the council did allocate approximately $10 million. Then later in June, the CDBG CARES funds were applied and allocated also to address COVID impacts. At the September 27th meeting, the council allocated the remaining ARPA funds. And of those 2.565 million allocated at the September meeting, 1.265 were allocated to a nonprofit grant program. Also at the September meeting, the council considered grant criteria to include the eligible organizations, ranking criteria, and that $1 million would be the maximum grant that could be applied for. A request for proposals was released on October 3rd. Applications were due October 24th. 14 applications were received. There is a summary matrix of the applications included in your staff report as attachment 1. The total funding requested is $5,641,452, and the requests before you range from $12,000 to $1 million. The following options are provided for your consideration this evening. The City Council could select nonprofit organizations to receive awards, including the amount of awards this evening. The City Council could provide ranking and award information to staff, and then staff can bring an item to before you for consideration at a future meeting. And of course, the council can always provide different direction on how they would like to address selection of nonprofit organizations and award amounts. There are, as you know, thank you for moving the item, for the representatives from the applicants that are here this evening. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. So we did move it up. We can get everyone out of here because this is probably the bulk of everyone in here. What I asked tonight is, and I think Anna Eaton did a great job. I hope that was you last time. If you have a bunch of folks that are all going to come up and speak on one item, just come up as a group, have a spokesperson. That way we can keep this going. We did hear you last time. That's why we brought it back. So if you can, please, I'm going to open it up public comment. Please help me and not have 1,000 people come and speak about one organization. Oh, seeing nothing.
If the kids want to speak, I'm okay with them speaking.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't want to have one kid speak for the rest of the kids.
Come
Y'all hear that?
your time. My name is Jose Ayala. I'm a resident of Vacaville. I've been a resident of Vacaville all my life, born and raised. Been active in the soccer community for the last 14 years as a coach. Been president of the Vacaville Youth Soccer League for the last 8. Kind of wish, when you're talking about having people go out and look at some things, maybe see if you can allocate these funds to certain organizations. I wish you guys would have done that last week. If anybody's a member of the Vacaville United Soccer Club organization, any family members here, they realize the last 10 weeks at Horse Creek, it's like a tournament event atmosphere. And I come here to you today for the biggest need for our soccer club and the service that we provide for the community and our 1,200 registered players for the Vacaville United Soccer Clubs that bathrooms are needed. Right now, we currently we need money for bathrooms. We currently have portables. Councilman Gregg is one of our members, and he can tell you that the atmosphere out there's a lot of people, thousands of people going in and out after each game. And right now, we're just using portables. So I don't know if exactly that's possible to do up here, but.
Perfect. Jose, it's good to see you.
I appreciate it.
It's been a long time. Next.
Hi, my name is Krista Poe, and I'm a special needs mom. This is really close to my heart, so it makes me a little emotional. That's my daughter sitting over there in the maroon shirt. I run an I'm actually the founder and president of Team Vacaville. We started our organization in 2016, originally hoping that we would have some interest in our program. And surprisingly, I started Team Vacaville with a wait list of children that wanted to come in. In 2016, we started with 12 special needs children. Our program is a buddy-based program that pairs up special needs children with teenagers, and then we go out into the community and we provide them opportunities to be part of the community doing things in a supported fashion. We started with basically 14 special needs children and 14 teenagers for 28 kids. We are currently running about 120 people and somewhere between 120 and 150 people in Team Vacaville. We support special needs children kind of all over the place with all different range of disabilities. The money that we're hoping that we will be granted allows us to provide opportunities for our kids to do things out in the community. Our special needs families in general are usually faced with a hardship of medical bills, therapies, medications, adaptive equipment. Like honestly, it's a really big, see, this makes me emotional. And so our program is free to all of our families, and everything that we raise on our own. We don't ask anything from them except to come and show up and have a good time. That's all of our special needs children, that's all of our teenagers, and that's all of our volunteers. So basically, we beg for money and then we say, come have fun with us. This is us attempting that. I'm not a grant writer. I'm actually the one that put together the paperwork, and but I did my best, hoping that you guys would see through the words and into what we're actually trying to accomplish here. I'm really, really grateful to even have this opportunity to be included with these other amazing organizations, because truly, whoever you give this money to today is going to benefit in a really wonderful fashion. So we just want to really say thank you for allowing us to be represented here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. It's warm in here. All right.
Good evening. I brought a large troop with me. I'm Danny Over, a retired Vacaville PD officer for 26 years. Current PAL board member, current retirement job as a teacher at the high school level. You'll be hearing from at least one, hopefully maybe two of our PAL participants tonight. Hopefully you'll be impacted by what you hear from them, as they've been impacted with our PAL program.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Angelica Marena. I am part of PAL Teens. I've been part of the program for about 1 year. I'm here to share my experience with PAL. Being part of PAL has been amazing, helpful, life-changing. I was referred to the program for division hours. I had to serve community service hours for about 3 months. I had the choice between staying in the program or leaving after I completed my division hours. I decided to stay in the program because I truly enjoy being around everyone and having fun. I was obtaining many things. Since then, I've put my all into the program and gotten a lot. Over the year, I've met so many amazing people around California due to having the opportunity to participate in leadership conferences, trips, events, and of course, here in the PAL program, I've met many more. I've gained confidence and courage over the year. I've learned to be outgoing, brave, social. Thanks to PAL, I've learned to believe in myself and to be a leader in my community. I've gained many life skills over time. Furthermore, I've accomplished important things, one of those being a police cadet for the city of Vacaville. The cadet program has also taught me a lot of lessons like discipline and helped me pursue the career in the future. Thanks to PAL, I'm doing great things for my community, my friends, family, and for my future. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, and members of the council. My name is Ricky Ortega. I'm here because I wanted to give back to PAL for all the things they've given me. I got into PAL after doing community service hours, and I stayed because of the impact they left on my life. Through PAL, I was able to participate in many trips and events that are incredibly amazing. Activities such as the Outdoor Youth Connection camping trip has also positively affected my life. It taught me valuable leadership skills, and I made many friends there. But more importantly, it helped me realize that I can make a change in my community. The local events are also very beneficial here that PAL does. Such events are the Halloween movie nights, where we gather with young children and we play games, show movies, and have fun activities. This event was very important to me because I was not able to enjoy such things when I was younger. PAL has really changed my life. I don't know what I'd be doing without it because I used to stay inside all day. But thanks to PAL, almost on a weekly basis, I'm able to go out and help out my community. I asked for funding because I want to be able to spread that legacy PAL has made of changing lives and helping out the community, both old and young. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Luis Valle. I attend Vacaville High School. The reason I'm speaking here because I hated public speaking, talking to a big group. I've always been scared of it. And because of PAL, I'm here now to face this fear. PAL is an amazing program that has taught me many things. I've been in this program for many years now. It has taught me to be more social and be more openly about stuff and volunteer more. It has also taught me to be more confident. Because of PAL, I've met a lot of new friends who I talk to almost every day, kids and adults. We also get to have these opportunities to go to trips and conferences about leadership. And also, I love how we help around our community, like clean up trash on Rocky Hill Trail and giving out to people. And what I mean by giving out to people, we have this event, it's called Shop with a Cop, where we get kids together and we go to a store and the kids get to shop for their family for Christmas. And yeah, that's been my experience with that. Thank you for your time.
Much.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
All right.
You have another one? No?
Yeah, just last person.
Sure.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Christiana, and I am a senior at Buckingham. I have been in PAL all 4 years of my high school, and PAL has really been there for me, especially during COVID when I couldn't socialize with anybody and everything was social distance. PAL was there for me, and I was able to see people who I was familiar with. Through PAL, I was able to gain confidence and become a leader. There's a thing called PAL Kids, which I present to, and I teach kids and make an activity for them at the end. And I was the public relations officer, which I would post to social media, and all like the kids would be smiling after they created like their little project. That just made me really happy. And it also helped me make presentations. And for PAL, I've also been the secretary. And so I've learned how to like take meeting minutes and do all that type of stuff. So yeah, to me, PAL has really made a big impact on my life. I wasn't really too connected with my community before. I didn't really do many things or service. And after joining PAL, like you said, I helped clean up the Rocky Hill Trail, picked up cigarette butts, and I got to actually know people in my community, which helped me become a lot closer with them and actually care more. seeing the impact that I've made and seeing like people smile. On Officer Night Out, I even dressed up as McGruff, and I went to like different like parks with kids, and I just got to see them all enjoying their time. And so I just went funding for PAL so other people get the experience that I've had and that this program gets to continue on.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Okay, so I have been a board member with PAL as long as Danny Over has been. So that's quite a bit, ever since my kids were 3rd grade, and I already have one at Davis. So I just wanted to say, PAL provides access which a lot of programs won't have. I mean, imagine living near the beach and not being able to go to the beach because you don't have that access. And then you're accompanied by police officers who really want to go through community policing. So that's why I'm involved in PAL, just because of the access that they provide to kids who can't afford that access. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, council members. I want to say thank you for your service. I recently retired after 28 years of service in the Air Force as one of the group commanders at Travis Air Force Base. And I know when you take a service position, a leadership position, rarely do you get handed any easy decisions to make. Quite often you're the one levied with the hard decisions to make. Usually there's very little appreciation for the job that you do. And little thanks, but I want to tell you, you have my respect and my appreciation for your service to our community. So thank you. Today, I'm not representing the Air Force. Today, I'm representing an organization right here called 11 Kids. And I'll be very specific about the request that we have here. It's a request for $103,086 with 2 specific goals in mind there. One of them is to increase access for our kids for 2 more hours or 2 more days per week, every other week out of a month. So 2 more Fridays we'd like to add to accommodate learning for 11 kids. Specifically, we want to target the reading and the math growth amongst these kids. The additional topic that we're making a request for is a van. Right now we have 2 vans to service 17 different facilities, and we'd like to service get one more van out of this request, so we can open up that access to kids to get them on field trips and expose them to other things that are available, not only Travis Air Force Base, but other things in the community. And again, these things are to specifically address the education void that happened with these kids during COVID timeline. They're already a little bit behind the power curve. English is a lot of times a second language spoken in their household, and it can be very overwhelming for these kids. You mentioned that you're a stats-based organization, council, but so according to the National Assessment of Educational Progress, this is basically our nation's report card. Every state declined in math scores, and specifically, 4th graders had their steepest drop in over 50 years. Historically, it's our underserved groups that fall even further behind those national averages. Closing the gap is the focus of this request for 11 kids. We're good at what we do. You can ask the schools that we work with. Teachers report that 11 kids showed an 88% improvement in reading, 83% improvement in math, and an 81% increased classroom participation. That increased classroom participation for me speaks to their confidence is growing and they feel empowered. Yes, sir. The other thing that we bring to the kids is exposures to different technologies. We've got some lenses there. We've got some 3D printers we expose them to. So other technologies that otherwise they wouldn't be exposed to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Wise, and I represent the Lions Center for the Visually Impaired. I have a few quick remarks I'd like to share with this council this evening. The Lions Center for the Visually Impaired is proposing Vision Health Vacaville.
We would serve 150 recipients. Part of our program covers home visits and assessments for the visually impaired seniors age 55 and older in the community. That would include orientation and mobility training for the visually impaired and the blind, and in-home services such as assessments and assistance with low vision devices and low vision technology. We would also provide group classes and activities in the community for that specific population, and we also operate an early detection program with vision screenings for our client. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Roulette, members of council. I'm Melissa Reeves. I am the president and CEO of Visit Vacaville. I just wanted to say a few words. I know my organization is probably not the first that comes to mind when it comes to these ARPA funds and this grant. But my organization's role is to build quality of life in our community. Prior to COVID, we launched a program called the Hidden Disability Sunflower Program, where it was really working with our businesses on making sure that they are providing great service to those that maybe just need a little extra time when they see a little sunflower icon or a lanyard. That was always supposed to be part of a larger program called Think Differently, where we really are making our city accessible to all, regardless of ability. We think it's a really great time with all the focus on our community with the Play for All Park. And so not only would we be able to bring services to our community and our residents, but also to our visitors and make sure that our community is welcoming to everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello and good evening. My name is Nicole L. Gatson. I'm the president of Lucy's Tree of Life R&R Foundation, and we're a local Bay Area nonprofit, and our goal kind of came from COVID to combat the mental health issues, housing, employment, food. So we kind of jumped in where we want to use the funds to create housing, farming, mental health services. There'll be on-site food, training, counseling, childcare, just to name a few of the things that will be on site. We'll have tiny homes. They won't have stovetops in them, but they will have a small kitchen. We're building and designing a large kitchen where the people on site will go and eat their meals and socialize and things of that nature. So we appreciate it if you would give us some of your funds so that we can do these things if anybody else would like to say anything.
Yeah, so we are also Vacaville residents, and we do see the need for more inclusion for just people of all types. And there's not really a lot of mental health facilities that are open to the public. A lot of them have been shutting down, and a lot of them are more, they either go to jail or you have to pay for a private mental institution. And we're trying to combat with that. We work with a lot of mental health facilitators as well as licensed therapists on hand. So we do want to provide that as well as housing for low income. That was an issue that we heard today from the council, that there's not a lot of Section 8 housing and things like that. So we want to help combat with that as well, offering low income housing on our facility.
And then to add to that, we also, to mid-COVID, we want to provide cleaning services to the tiny homes. So we don't rely on these people that we're housing to clean up. Exactly.
We have a crew that goes in and they're certified to clean, COVID clean.
Very nice. Thank you very much. I'm going to close public comment. Bring it back to council. Councilmember Ritchie.
So everyone spoke. I think we're trying to find a way to rank. And one of the things I think would really help us out is if you guys can tell how many years of service that each institution has been in Vacaville and when you guys started. For example, like 11, how long? Vacaville United Soccer, PAL, your organization. That would help us rank to how long they've been serving the community, and how many people, like that really helps to know and give it the value. Like PAL's been here for X amount of years. They've helped scores of kids, average 700 to 300 kids per year. That would really help us know how long you've been effective in the community. So if you guys can please provide that, either yell it out now or write it to us, please.
You want them to send that in?
If you can send it in, I mean, I think that really help.
No, send it in. Thank you. Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, so just want to make this relatively quick, hopefully. So what I was looking at was some of these kind of smaller requests, going from like PAL down. So again, giving PAL 150,000, soccer 100,000, 1,100,000 on stage. The 50,000 they asked for, Team Vacaville, they're 40,000, and disabled vets at 12,000. And then the rest of them asked staff to do some type of worksheet for us I can send out just individually so we can kind of average or put what we think the remainder should go to. Because most of these deal with, most of the ones under 200,000 are dealing with the youth, which is very important. And Melissa, I did leave Visit Vacaville off there because I would like to see that be ongoing, maybe worked into your contract that's already with the city to be not just 100,000 this time, but like a ongoing service you'd be providing for the whole city. So that's what I was thinking with that. I didn't not want to give you money, but it's like, so it's ongoing service to be more, especially with the Play for All Park. We want to bring more of the disabled community into Vacaville, show them that there's opportunities for them here to do things. And so that's what I was thinking for those ones. I don't know what the rest of the council's thinking for the whole list. I know this can be a very, very long item if we made it, but.
Councilmember Wiley.
I also think it's going to be difficult to come up with, here's our suggestions right now, because there's so many different things. And I do think we need to kind of look at our first criteria and do something for disabilities, seniors, youth, homeless, to kind of spread the love out. So we have a deal with all those different populations in some way. The Vacaville Soccer Club, I looked at the information and I don't think I saw bathrooms in the information. I saw a lot of working with the Boys and Girls Club. So can you clarify, or does the city know?
You can come to the top.
Because I know there is a need for bathrooms out there. So that's why I was looking.
I'm sorry. Was it like prep before you came here? So I have to tell him what to say. But anyway, what we actually asked for was to help us with the infrastructure for the city, for our city park that we lease from the city. We've been here since 1990 doing soccer for the city of Vacaville. We've grown a lot. We have a contract with the city now. We have lots of obligations under this contract. Under this contract with COVID, we've done a lot under this contract, as in helping all the kids with their get their energy out, especially during COVID. It was super important for them to be out here. We did ask for the infrastructure, which is the shade, and for lights. The light project is what we had on as part of our contract with the city, and we had to kind of put that on hold because of COVID, because we had to take the money that we had saved up to get us through COVID, because we have certain obligations under our contract, certain ways that we have to maintain these fields, and so ran out of that money that we had as our cushion. So that's what we're asking for. We do a lot for the community. We have a lot of fundraising. We do a lot of help the kids with all their programs. We try to do lots of scholarships. We'll let anybody who wants to play soccer, play soccer.
I'm not going to cut you off, but I am.
With the...
We're just trying to get that answer.
Sorry.
You're almost pitching.
I'm going.
Thank
sorry.
you, though.
We did want a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club. They have been out at our fields, done soccer programs out there.
And that's written in the contract.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Wiley, are you done?
Yes, that was my question.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think we have the incredibly hard and really not fun task of whittling down, you know, $5.6 million in requests to the 100 or 1.25 million that we have. The requests are all great. There's all good causes. They're all going to good things. And so there's also 7 of us up here that have different affinities and different thoughts and opinions. So this could be very messy tonight. So I guess the first thing I want to say is, even for the grants that we can't fund or that we don't fully fund or partially fund, there's other avenues to fund them, right? So if we don't fund bathrooms tonight, for example, at the soccer park, maybe that's something Parks and Rec can talk about. If we don't fund PAL to the fullest, maybe we fund half or a 3/4 or whatever, maybe there's a way to build that in next year's budget. If we don't fund tiny shelters tonight, maybe there's a way to work with you guys through our homeless coalition council on the back end. So what I'm saying is, if we can't fund everything tonight, because we won't be able to, there's a way that we can hopefully work with you on the back end of that as well. So I do think what I would like to suggest, I think option B is probably the best option, which was to come up with some sort of rating sheet. We all go home, do our research, we rate it. You guys do an average or bring it back to us. I think otherwise we're gonna go back and forth a million times. I agreed with 60% of or 70% of what you put out there, but not all of it. So again, we'll be here till 3 in the morning if we don't. So I really like B, and I also want to encourage everyone, if you don't get selected to be funded fully, like, please engage with us still. There's other ways to fund programs. And again, we've got $5.6 million in requests. We got 1.25 to give out. So there's going to be $4 million of folks that aren't happy, right? So it's going to be challenging.
Thank you, Councilmember Sullivan. And so I'm gonna try to make this into a motion to get through it. I did talk to the city manager, and I do believe that we need to rank them because we will be here all night, and I'll want something different, you'll want something different, and we'll never get anywhere. So I'm going to ask the city manager, can we direct you tonight to come up with some kind of ranking system so you can send to the council can rank it and bring it back to the next meeting? Can we have staff help us whittle this down so we can... Help me.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
So we specifically kind of stayed away from it just because this was something that, council directed us to do. And so we did put the eligibility, criteria in there, but not specifically, how to rank them and prioritize them. So in looking at option 2, what we were thinking is that if the council wanted to, do your own independent ranking, and then provide that back to us within, say, a week or 2, we could then take those results. Now, I suspect you're not going to have, all line up and everything, but then we can bring those results back to, if you're willing to, give yourself a reduced timeline, we could bring this back hopefully to the December 13th meeting with this particular council and have another conversation. Now, if you'd like to help us help you, what might be helpful to take that next step is if there's certain things that are important to this collective council or the majorities, such as that we are reaching, all the different groups that you've identified that, are represented here, and not just consolidate all the money in one group, or that it should be spread. If there's things like that you want to agree on, or that could actually even be reflected in your voting and make comments. And so I think that's probably the easiest way to go is, send this back, take some homework home. If you're willing to give yourselves a week or 2 after maybe the Thanksgiving holiday, we can collect that data from you, put your notes on there, what's important to you, why you voted that way, and then we can compile some recommendations.
Yeah, so we can rank it. If I have my top 5, I put my top 5, and then if he has his top 5, and then we figure out.
Or by money, do by money.
Yeah, so the attachment that you have in there does include a ranking, score sheet,
Right.
as well as the allotment of monies.
Perfect.
You can simply do that, and we can take that data and
I'll make that
compile
motion
it.
that we rank it by our favorite and by the monies.
One from the
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Can we also direct staff to maybe just think about for folks, if they aren't selected, who they can connect with programs?
Yeah, absolutely. That's not a problem. I'll include that in my motion.
Just to clarify, all those ranking sheets, anything you turn in would all be public record, all the comments and everything.
Great. I think it should be. I have a motion second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Okay, now we'll jump back on. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming out. We'll jump back into 8C. Am I correct on that, or 8B? 8C, let's not do 8B again.
Okay.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure. I'm gonna go get a rib.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Moving forward with item 8C.
Please, Mr. Zimmerman, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this particular item is several actions related to the Northeast Growth Area. We have Aaron Morse, our Community Development Director, and Payman Devon from our Planning Department to give you a brief presentation on this.
Thank you, Mayor Roulette and members of council. I'm here this evening with the Northeast Growth Area Code amendments. And the request before the council involves an amendment to the zoning ordinance to add a new Northeast Growth Area Overlay District to our Land Use and Development Code, to revise various chapters to include references to the Northeast Growth Area, and to amend the zoning map for 10 properties to add the overlay district to those properties. Background, 2015, the council adopted the current general plan. In 2020, you adopted a comprehensive zoning map update, and subsequently in 22, a zoning code update, a full update, as well as some additional map updates. And then in August, we came to you, Don Burris and I, with a presentation about the Northeast Growth Area. And at that meeting, you directed staff to begin the process of creating a specific plan for the Northeast Growth Area and to bring forward these zoning code amendments to help protect the area and ensure that we get the kinds of biotech uses that we're looking for. On October, just last month, we took this set of amendments to Planning Commission, and the Commission unanimously recommended approval. This is a map that shows the Northeast Growth Area. The area inside of the orange is in the city, and the area that's not inside of this orange boundary is not yet in the city. The pink line shows the city's sphere of influence and how it extends around the entire Northeast Growth Area. So the zoning text changes are pretty straightforward. The new overlay zoning district identifies a Northeast Growth Area, what its purpose is, what we're trying to accomplish there. The language is set up to guide temporary or interim development, so we can allow things to happen on a temporary basis, but preserve that land for those employment type uses in the future. It sets forth a list of permitted uses, retaining most of the things that are currently allowed, but also sets forth a process where additional uses can be considered through a conditional use permit and development agreement. And that would be how we would ensure that things that came forward would be temporary in nature. This is a list of all the chapters that are affected. I'm going to keep moving here. The Northeast Growth Area is 72 parcels and totals about 1,400 acres. Of these parcels, 10 that are within the city would be rezoned and would have this overlay district applied to them. And so this map shows those areas that are changing from, for example, this one's going from ag to parks and rec, ag to residential low density. But this map, which is included in your packet, really shows all those site-specific zoning changes that are occurring. The environmental review, we looked at the Comprehensive General Plan Update EIR, the ECAS EIR, and the recent VMT EIR, and concluded that all of these zoning code amendments are within the scope of these certified documents. It's also important to note that new development would be subject to a separate CEQA process to ensure compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. So at the November 1st Planning Commission meeting, it was actually pretty well attended from the public. We had about 6 members of the public there. We received public comments, concerns about people's ability to continue their existing rural residential land uses, concerns about how residents of unincorporated county are notified, concerns about future road locations, and also traffic noise and just impacts as this area changes over time. So staff explained that all of the existing land uses that are allowed out there that can continue operating. No one would force a private property owner to do something new out there until they're ready. The general plan does show some preliminary road locations, but those would be further home by the specific plan process that would be coming forward next year. This proposal does not approve any specific projects, and any future development would go through a process where the public would be notified, and that does include the unincorporated residents. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the commission voted 6-0 to recommend that the council approve these. So in conclusion, the commission and staff support these amendments. We believe they are consistent with the direction council gave staff. They're supportive of the city's biotechnology and advanced manufacturing initiative, consistent with general plan policies, and most importantly, existing uses can continue to operate if they would like to do that. And so we're recommending by simple motion that the council reaffirm the general plan EIR and the 2021 transportation element supplemental EIR, and amend Title 14 of the Vacaville Municipal Code as identified on the slide. And that concludes my presentation. I'm very happy to answer any questions.
We're going to open it up to public. I'm going to close it. Public, bring it back to council for motion.
Motion approved, thank you.
I got a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Item D,
Mayor,
Mr.
I'll
City
go ahead
Manager.
and
Do I have
I'll
the
read
title?
another long title.
Great. Awesome.
Ordinance amending Title 14 of the City of Vacaville Municipal Code by 1, amending text in Division 14.09 to add Chapter 14.09 1.1 for the Northeast Growth Area Overlay District with standards and regulations for interim development. 2, amending text in Chapters 14.09.050, 14.09.060, 14.09.070, 14.09.080, and 14.09090 to include references to the Northeast Growth Area Overlay District. 3, amending the zoning map in Chapter 14.09.040 to add an overlay district boundary to the zoning map for an area bound by Midway Road to the north, Meridian Road to the west, Lewis Road to the east, and Kilkenny Canal to the south. And 4, amending the zoning map in Chapter 14.09.040 to change the zoning district designations for 10 properties located in the Northeast Growth Area from agriculture, industrial park, and general commercial to technology park, general commercial, business park, highway commercial, residential low density RL5, and parks and recreation that bear assessor parcel numbers 0109 220-010, 0109 220 020, 0109 220 040, 0109 220 060, 0109 270 050, 0109 270 060, 0141 010 010, 0141 010 020, 0141 010 030, 133 060 020.
Thank you very much. 8D, Mr. City Manager.
That's rough work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you is the triennial code update. We have our new chief building official, Alettis Dunn, and our fire marshal, Jill Childers, with a presentation for the council.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. We are here tonight to present the adoption of the 2022 triennial code update. We have 5 quick slides for you guys tonight. The California Building Standards Commission has published the 2022 triennial edition of the California Building Standards Code, Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. Title 24 is divided into separate parts that are named to reflect the building standards within. Title 24 is constantly evolving and is updated every 3 years. State law requires local government to enforce the local California Building Standards Code through a local building department and/or fire district. Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations is reserved for state regulations that govern the design and construction of buildings, associated facilities, and equipment. Provisions of Title 24 include requirements for the structural, plumbing, electrical, and mechanical systems of buildings, for fire and life safety, energy conservation, green design, and accessibility in and about buildings. Defined as the Building Standards for California Health and Safety Code Section 18909, these regulations are building standards that apply to all building occupancies throughout the state of California.
I have it.
Is it working now?
Yep, you're good.
Recently published codes by January 1st of next year, and local amendments will go into effect on January 13 of 2023. This ordinance adopts the newly published California Building Standards Codes, administrative procedures, and local amendments relating to those standards. This adoption includes the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code and supplementary secondary references. This is the first time that the city will be adopting this code. We hope that it assists us with enforcement efforts. We also established the limits of districts for storage of some hazardous materials within the city limits. This has stayed consistent throughout the last 3 code cycles. And it moves the remaining relevant former adopted building standards and amendments from Title 14 of the Land Use and Development Code to Title 15 Building Construction and Fire Code. We thank you for your time this evening, and we are now open for questions or comments.
Thank you. I'm going to open up public comment. I close public comment. Councilmember Ritchie.
Awesome presentation. Yeah, motion approved.
I second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Item E, Mr. City Manager.
I'm going to read again because I like doing it so much. Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Vacaville repealing Division 14.20 Construction and Fire Standards of Title 14 of the City of Vacaville Municipal Code and moving certain sections to Title 15 and repealing, replacing, and renaming Title 15 of the City of Vacaville Municipal Code, adopting by reference Title 24 of the 2022 California Code of Regulations, known collectively as the California Building Standards Code, respectively Part 2, California Building Code, Part 2.5, California Residential Code, Part 3, California Electrical Code, Part 4, California Mechanical Code, Part 5, California Plumbing Code, Part 6, California Energy Code, Part 8, California Historical Building Code, Part 9, California Fire Code, Part 10, California Existing Building Code, Part 11, California Green Building Standards Code, Cal Green Code, Part 12, California Reference Standards Code, and adopting the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code and supplementary secondary references, and establishing limits of districts in which storage of certain hazardous materials is prohibited.
Fantastic. Item 8E, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This next item is a resolution regarding a unpaid assessment for weed abatement. We have our Fire Chief, Chris Concepcion, and Fire Marshal Jill Childers for a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight I'm here to present you one additional weed abatement lien for 2022. The City of Vacaville works with property owners to comply with the city's weed abatement requirements. In this case, we enforced Vacaville Municipal Code Section 8.04, which is the abatement of weeds and rubbish. I want to take a moment, and some of you might be wondering why I'm here today and not in June like I typically am, and that's because the city received notice from the county that this property is moving forward with foreclosure proceedings, which means that this property can be sold starting at the beginning of December. Just so you are aware, we provided the property owner appropriate notice. Notice of the lien hearing was mailed to 380 Spindrift Way on September 26th of this year. In the notice, we made the property owner aware that they had until the day prior to this November 15th hearing to pay in full or to call with any questions or concerns that they may have. However, that property owner still has not reached out to our office about payment. Lastly, we published the information about this hearing in the Vacaville Reporter as it is required by law. 380 Spindrift is located near Marshall Road, and this is just an image of that particular property. Code enforcement notified the property owner of the violations by issuing a courtesy notice on May 16th of this year and again on June 15th of this year. We had 2 violations at this particular property. We had weeds in the front yard and weeds in the rear and side yard. A notice in order to abate was issued on May 31st for the front yard and again on June 27th for the rear yard. Code posted an intent to apply for an abatement warrant on July 8th of this year, and the courts granted us that warrant on August the 8th. The property was abated on August the 31st by a city contractor. This is just one before and after photo of the side rear yard of this property, so you guys can see what the contractor did in this particular area. The cost of the abatement of this property, including staff time, was $1,837.67. The fiscal impact was the cost of the abatement. This was paid for from the city's general fund. The strategic plan goal initiative this falls under is goal number 1 to ensure public safety. And staff's recommendation is by simple motion to adopt the subject resolution.
Great, thank you very much. Open to public comment. Close public comment, entertain motion. Councilmember Silva.
Sorry, I just had a question. Is there a verification process to make sure the funds that we're charging is appropriate? How do we verify or validate that the cost is?
So we went off the city's fee schedule for staff times. And so that's all been documented. And if you look at your staff report, it actually has a breakdown of city staff time that was spent on the project and the amount of time. And then the actual abatement cost is the quote and the bid that we received from the city's contractor that we use directly.
But there's never like a challenge, is there ever a challenge on how much we charge? Okay. Motion approved.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Mr. City Manager, 8F, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This next item is a resolution for the city council to adopt the permanent local housing allocation program. Emily Cantu, our Housing Community Services Director, and Tamara Colden from Housing and Community Services are here for a presentation.
I have it. Oh, killed it. Okay.
Good evening again. Tonight, we are holding a required public hearing and asking for authorization to apply for the permanent local housing allocation funds, including the PLHA 5-year plan. Back in 2017, legislation was signed by the governor to include the Building Homes and Jobs Act. That act created a permanent source of affordable housing funds through a $75 recording fee on real estate transactions. The PLHA program provides funds to local governments and runs through the State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD. Because we receive community development block grant funds, the city is an entitlement community for the PLHA funds as well. Although we're an entitlement community, we do need to apply for the funds. And that's why we're here this evening. This is the last year to apply for that first year that the allocation was available, 2019, or those funds would revert to another HCD program. To receive the funds, the city must meet threshold requirements. They're listed in the staff report and the slide before you, such as housing element compliance, required certifications and statements that are in the resolution, and the 5-year plan that's an attachment to the staff report. It does need to be a 5-year plan. Years 2019 and 2021 funds are available now, but they do require you to use an additional 2 years of projections that HCD gives you for a total of 1.4, more or less, included in that plan. As drafted, the plan's proposing use of the available funds for this 5-year period for affordable rental and ownership housing. When funds were planned for a particular project, that project and that plan for those funds comes before the council to make that decision. You'll consider anything put forward and make those decisions at a future meeting. Public notice was published on November 5th as required. We made the plan available on that date, put it on the website on that date as well. And we're asking if you can hold the required public hearing. Of course, we'll take comments and questions on the application and the plan from the council or the public. If approved, we will submit that to HCD by the deadline, which is the end of this month. There's no fiscal impact. If awarded, it'll be an additional funding source for affordable housing activities for the city of Vacaville. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to public comment. Close public comment. Entertain motion. Councilmember Wiley.
I have a question first. If you'll go back to slide 4, the chart. So on 22 and 23, is that 470,000 for both each year, 417, 22 and 4 and 23, or not?
It's the projection HCD provided for both 22 and 23.
So really a total of 834,000?
417 for 2 years.
So why, I mean, because it really increased from 19 to 20, it increased a lot. And then from 20 to 21, it increased quite a bit. And then if it's 21 to increase for 2 years, I mean, that's hardly an increase at all. So why did it increase so much less recently?
I don't know, because unfortunately, because they're numbers that HCD put in a document that we have to refer to, I would assume those numbers are incorrect, like you're pointing out, Councilmember Wiley, and that there will be additional funds available when those years are ready for us to spend.
Because that would actually be a decrease if we got 417 for 2 years. It's like, it's half the amount for 22 as it was for 21.
Well, unless, and maybe Councilmember Ritchie could be related to real estate.
The reason why this fee is
transactions
here,
going.
every transaction in California has a $75 amount. Every time you change ownership through buying, selling, transferring to a trust, out of a trust, you pay a $75 fee. So 2019 was not as profitable as 2020. 2020 was better. And you can see the more transactions, the more money we get. It's that simple.
So then it looks like half as many people bought houses in 22 as they did in 21, if that cost covers for 2 years. So, okay.
Perfect. I'll entertain a motion.
A motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. We will move to item 9A, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This next item is the annual report from
Thank you.
Opportunity House. Emily Cantu, I think, is going to kick things off. And with that, I'll turn it over to Emily.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce Colleen Berriman with the Opportunity House. The city has provided loans for the Opportunity House development and operations. And based on those loans, the city council has requested that Colleen come talk to you every year, provide you some information of the services that have been provided at the Opportunity House during the past year. And I think she has a few other updates in her presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, or it's almost morning. Sorry, I had to say that. City Manager, Mayor, and Vice Mayor, and City Council members, all of you. Thank you. If you could start the...
We're having a short technical
Okay.
difficulty. One moment.
There we go. We're very colorful this year. I just really wanted to go over, I know this presentation is mostly about Opportunity House because that was the specific in 2017 program that the city was funding. But we have grown so much, especially due to COVID. Our services have been needed more. So I really wanted to give you a VSSC update, which is Vacaville Solano Services Corporation. We are doing more than just operating Opportunity House, which we did start in 1990. We are at the facility that you see pictured there since 2013. So next year will be 10 years for us there. And it's a 52-bed facility. I believe all of you have come to get a tour and see the services we're providing. We're doing all kinds of great things. New things we've added is our children's health and wellness program because we found a strong need for our children to get services. I once saw a 5-year-old go knock on our case manager's door, and I asked her, what can I help you with? And she said, I need a case management appointment. And at that moment, I realized this has been her life and this is what she's aware of, and we need to help and give those services. So we created a children's health and wellness program. We did get some funding. Funding stopped. We've been paying for that service because it's a service that couldn't go away. So that kind of added some of the increase to Opportunity House's expenses. We did just receive money that will be awarded in January from the California Arts Council to continue that program. So we will get a little bit of funding for that. We were also working with CREW, the Community Response Unit, case management and street outreach that's been put on hold. We're looking forward to hopefully getting that going again. It really made a big difference in our homeless population that's out there on the streets, getting to know people individually, and our police force and us working together was a wonderful partnership, and I really look forward to that. Another thing, when we partnered with the City of Vacaville Housing with the emergency housing vouchers, we created a position called our Housing Navigator. Well, we found that position, even after that contract ended, was something we had to continue to do. So that's another program that we've picked up and that we have been funding ourselves. We also opened up my friend's house with Solano County money. That is an 8-bed shelter for the transitional age youth 18 to 24. And I believe most of you have also toured that. And if you haven't, please let me know because I'd love to give you a tour of that as well. We've not only done that, we also have 2 youth rising programs, one based in Vaca High and one at I almost said Armio, Wilsey Wood High, that is providing outreach to those at need. So what we're trying to do is prevention, and Councilmember Silva, I know that was really important to you, is prevention, and that's what we're trying to do is help break that cycle at the very, very beginning. Because a lot of kids don't even realize they're in this situation. We've served 70 people over the last year. I've got a fabulous assistant, Ashley, who loves numbers and statistics. So she's got all those statistics there for you. I won't go and repeat them all to you. But what I think the important thing for you guys to see, and what's the most important, is our work to housing program is working. And we're making a difference in people's lives. And when people are staying 6 months or longer, we have an 87% success rate of these people not going back to homelessness. And part of that, we created an after-reach program that we did get some county funding for, which allows us to provide supportive services to people that graduate from our program, people we worked with the voucher program, and giving them supportive services for an additional 2 years. So we truly are breaking that cycle of homelessness. Again, here's us working with Crew, the famous picture. We love that. And then our housing navigation, as I talked about, helping people. I mean, 80% positive housing placement, that's huge, right? I don't want to take up all time. So this is my friend's house. I talked about it. Again, as I said, my assistant loves statistics, so you can see the people that we have served, and this was made, and this was put together at the beginning of October, so we've served even more individuals from that, and that is just starting February. So we're talking February to October. This is the amount, the number of people that we have served. And the things that we're seeing, the mental health is super high out there, and we're trying to address that as well. And we have a 77% positive housing placement with them as well, and that's a 90-day program because it is housing first. We do get county money for that. Is that it? Oh, there it is. I'm looking at you, Emily. I'm not. So this is our impact. We, this past year, housed 183 people. I just wish we could do more. I say this to you every single year. We have a very small homeless population. We're lucky in that regard. And as you can see, we can take care of that with the people that want it. We'll never get rid of homelessness. We won't. We've had them forever, as long as all of us have been around. But there's going to be those, the greatest majority of them, and I say 85 to 90%, that we can help with proper services. And I'm not going to go into that soapbox of mine. Many of you have heard it. So I think that's my presentation.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to open it up to public comment. I close public comment. Councilmember Sullivan.
I don't have a whole lot to add. I just want to say thank you. One of my favorite programs, one of my favorite people. You guys are just amazing. So thank you for carrying the torch in Vacaville and doing what you do. It's just so impressive to see you continue to grow and keep being impressive. And I hear you on we can get to that 85 or 95%, and hopefully there's room in the future for expansion. So just a big thank you to you and your team. You guys are awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Silva.
Just kind of extending the gratitude. The service that you guys particularly provide and both those destinations is really essential towards helping women, men with kids, women with kids trying to get on their feet. And I'm really it's a very challenging topic. There's a lot of different issues that people have, but I think that the fact that we have that service and people committed to it, I'm deeply appreciative of that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wiley? Oh,
Last thing, one of your previous residents is one of my students currently at Sloan College, and so
Fabulous.
appreciate that.
I love that.
Doing awesome.
Awesome.
Councilmember Wiley.
I also wanted to say thank you for all that you do and the fact that, you're here at City Council and working with the city, but you're also working so hard with the community. I saw you at church on Sunday giving a presentation. A club I'm in said we're coming to this meeting and giving baking goods for Opportunity House. So thanks for what you do and how to make yourself available to the community.
You're welcome. Thank
Vice
you.
Mayor Stockton.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for doing amazing work in our community and helping those that need it the most. How can the community, as well as the city, continue to help you and help you fundraise and do some of the great things that you are doing in Vacaville?
Well, thank you for asking that
I feel
question.
like that's the setup question.
I didn't even
way.
talk to him about. So as you may or may not know, Festival of Trees is going on right now, Thursday, tomorrow. Gosh, what is today? I forget. Thursday is our Winter Wonder Walk that we collaborated with the downtown Vacaville. Trees will be out there. You can do a hot cocoa wine stroll, see Santa, the Grinch, Vacaville or Royal Ballet Company. I mean, Vaca High, Jepson, Will C. Wood. I have like almost every single school band and orchestra is going to be out downtown Merchant and Main Street and Parker on Thursday from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. So that's a fun way. Go look at all the trees, place some bids. That's really good. We just had one of our big supporters. He said, pick a tree and I will pay for it, the buy now price right now, and we'll put that in the shelter. And he did that today. So I'm super excited. I got to pick a really fun. No, he gave me a limit. I'm not going to tell you because for you, Mayor Ron, I would say it would be, not as, I would pick different numbers based on who you were.
Right.
So he was very generous, and he's going to actually get Salesforce that he works for match that. So that's really cool. Come to Gala, November 28th. We still have tickets available. Love to see you all there. It's going to be super fun. Santa Claus list, peppermint twist. See, you shouldn't open the door. And we've got entertainment and a special guest this year. So you got to come. It's at sunrise.
Awesome. Thank you.
Promise was just a quick.
Yeah. Oh, and then I will just throw in there, people are being generous bringing coats right now. One thing that we're always looking for is men's socks and underwear. People never think about helping the men as much as the women, but we really need that. They're expensive. And as well as unexpired food and those toiletries. I mean, anything. I've got a little couple that sends me $25 every month, and they write like this, and they even ask me to send them a self-addressed stamped envelope. So I do that. They've done that every single month since I started in 2017. And it doesn't matter. I look at homelessness as an elephant, and that $25 a month is a nibble. Because how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, but nibbles work too.
Right. I'm going to make a motion to approve. All those in favor?
Aye. Can I make a quick?
Yeah, please.
So the comment I want to make really quickly as well, Councilmember Stockton, we've been working with Colleen for years now to try and do something homeless service-wise in Vacaville. They're probably the only official provider that really is providing services to street homeless, not just the men and women in their shelter, but also the navigation services, outreach services. There's some local churches that do some food bank stuff and a few other things, but really they're the only official game in town for the most part. We've talked about a navigation center, a walk-in center, making their services stronger for years. I've toured with Ashley. I've been down in the creeks. We've talked about locations, and we have over $1 million earmarked in the ARP funding for navigation services. I won't be here when you guys talk about it, but it's time we do something about homeless in Vacaville. We've got 100 people on the streets. It doesn't have to be a shelter. Colleen's already presented an amazing proposal. That's what we do to fix the problem, is we actually put some money behind it. And not just have them fundraise, but we actually develop a system where we have a walk-in navigation center like we developed with the other cities through the 2x2. And so I just want to remind folks that is still sitting there. It's going to come back to you guys. I really hope they put a proposal in. I really hope you guys vote for it when that comes back from staff.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Okay, item 9B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This next item is a presentation on the audit that was conducted on the Vacaville Police Department. And I will, as our presentation team led by Chief Ian Schmutzler comes down, I would just like to first, because I know there's going to be a lot of conversation about this, I would like to first express my thank you to the council for your support to go this route. A couple of years ago, there was a lot of change in the country and a lot of multiple requests made of the council to address social injustices in the country, and I appreciate the council's support of my effort to do an audit versus other recommendations that were made. I'd also like to thank Chief Schmutzler for his leadership throughout this process, and most importantly, the men and women of the Vacaville Police Department for allowing yourselves to be put under a very bright microscope. Thank you. This is only going to make us better and do great things for the community. So with that, I will turn it over to Chief Schmutzler and the members from OIR.
Thank you, City Manager, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I'm pleased to be before you tonight with Michael Giannacco and Stephen Connolly from OIR Group. We've gotten to know Stephen very well over the last, I think, 13 plus months. I'm also here with a little more than half of the executive team from the police department, so we'll be available for questions or comments or any additional information you might need after the presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Stephen.
Thank you, Chief, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. We are happy to be back to provide you with a presentation about our report, and hopefully the report itself will be something that provides a resource for the city and for the department going forward. So I have my colleague, the head of OIR Group, Mike Giannacco, and he's going to take it from here.
Only for a little bit. Just wanted to introduce myself again, reintroduce myself. It's good to see you all. This has been quite a journey. We've learned a lot about the city of Vacaville, got it, and wanted to tell you from Jumpstart that we have received nothing but cooperation from your police department, from your city family, and for that we're grateful. The report wouldn't be what it is were we not afforded that cooperation, that access. Your city leadership and your city employees, your city manager, city attorney, all of them have been extremely helpful as we went through this journey. I'm going to tell you just that OIR Group, for those of you who don't know, we have been involved in providing oversight, independent reviews of police agencies up and down the state of California for over 20 years now. Our work is infused by the knowledge and experience that we've gained. We've seen what hasn't worked in some cities, in some police departments, and we discard those, but we have also seen things that have worked, and we have used that experience to export what we have learned with cities who have done well and improved in the way in which they provide public safety, and use that experience, as well as our tour around the city, the outreach that the city performed, that we were able to observe, and stakeholders that you were able to provide us access to in our days and our site visits that we've had over the course of the last year. So I'm going to turn this back over to Steve to talk a little bit more about the scope of work, and then I'll be back with focusing on the recommendations. This is going to be a very high pass. It's a lengthy report. There was a lot to say. 40 recommendations. You have had a busy agenda already, so we're not going to go into detail, but we are going to be available to answer any questions you might have. Steve?
Thank you, Mike. So just a brief overview or brief recap. In terms of the scope of work, this project got started back in the fall of 2021. And as the city manager indicated, it was a response to some things that were going on in the city and certainly on a national level in terms of new scrutiny of police agencies and past practices and so forth. And as we say in the report, there were impacts all over the country with reconsiderations and challenges to prior ways of doing things, and I know that you experienced that directly here in the city of Vacaville as well. So the audit was intended to be a wide-ranging look at the department culture and operational systems. Some of the core topics that we were entrusted to cover included accountability, community relations, the internal review processes, and that was a big focal point of ours because that is where the agency itself has the opportunity to address its issues, hold officers accountable where necessary, look for ways to improve, adjust policy, respond to shifting community priorities and so forth. We also looked at policy and procedure and the department's approach to training, which was, as we say in the report, and Mike will talk about, certainly one of the strengths, one of the many things about the police department that was impressive to us. In terms of our methodology, as Mike said, we made a few different in-person visits to Vacaville over the course of the 13 months of the project. We had interviews with department personnel, and all the folks in the back row tonight are people that I had the opportunity to meet and to sit with and to learn from, so I appreciated their assistance and was happy to see them again tonight. We attended the community forum that was sponsored in June of 2022. I know that there were some members of your council there, and that was a project that was a long time in the making in terms of, again, part of the response, the citywide response to issues of diversity and equity and inclusion with a focus on the police department. And we had, again, had the opportunity to attend that in person and experience some of the direct community feedback. A lot of our work had to do with a review of documents. That is sort of standard to our approach. One of the things that we like to do is actually look at the raw materials of the department's internal review process. So we asked for a number of different kinds of documents, and again, we got full cooperation with the department in that process and had the opportunity to use that as a jumping off point to understand the systems better to make some of our recommendations. And as Mike said, we're gratified by the full cooperation of the department, its leadership, and certainly everybody else in the city that we had the opportunity to reach out to or to interact with. And one additional thing that I certainly want to mention, although it's not included on the slide, is that there was different opportunities for the public to be in touch with us, different ways that our project was kind of publicized. And we did have the opportunity to speak with a number of community members. People did reach out to us through emails and telephone conversations, and that perspective was obviously important to us as well. In terms of our findings, one of the key things to understand is that obviously every agency is different. There's a lot of overlap, and we find a lot of similarity in some of the different places that we go and the different issues that police agencies confront. But at the same time, each agency is a product of a lot of different factors and is distinctive in a lot of ways, and that was certainly true of our experience here in Vacaville as well. We certainly hope that our report reflects the many ways that we were impressed with the agency and the things that it does well. And one of the things that was most striking about our time here was the extent to which folks at every rank level of the agency seemed to be unusually proud to be working with the department, but also unusually committed to the city. As I'm sure you are well aware, many of the agency's members are residents of Vacaville, and they have a strong personal stake in the community, and that is very much reflected in terms of the approach that the agency takes and just kind of the energy that we saw repeatedly. In terms, again, of our findings, one of at a time when a lot of agencies are struggling to meet the demands of kind of the normal demands or prior demands of the public, VVPD definitely has maintained its commitment to a customer service model of being extremely responsive to the community and to the calls for service and the different requests that people make of it on a daily basis. And I had a lot of different people say over the course of my time here that they really do pay attention to the little things, with the idea that those things have an impact on potentially larger enforcement issues and strategies as well. It is a high morale agency, but at the same time, it's one that is evolving in some important ways that we tried to capture in the report in response, again, to changing public expectations, changing state laws, which I think is a very big factor in the way law enforcement has had to adapt in these last 2 or 3 years. And then last but not least, we heard different references along the way to the Vacaville way. And it's an interesting term. I think it reflects, on the one hand, a lot of the pride that people take in the city, and there is that, again, that attention to detail and the commitment that is expected of all members of the agency, and our experience was that was reflected in people's performance. But the flip side of that is, and we had people mention it to us sort of ironically as well, which a lot of times with an agency that has a lot of attributes and enjoys a lot of community support and does its work with a great deal of dedication, it is sometimes difficult to get, ironically, those really high-performing agencies to take a hard look at themselves, to address accountability issues to the extent that they perhaps could or should, and last but not least, to look at other potential ways of doing things, get the input of outside voices and try to benefit from those. So again, our sense of the culture is a very positive thing, but we also feel like we hope our report identified some places where we would encourage the department to look at other potential systems and adaptations to some of the ways it approaches things. And that leads us into the next slide, which has to do with the room for growth in certain key areas. And I'm going to turn it back over to Mike for this next part of the presentation.
As we go into our findings, I want to stress one thing, which is you don't see anywhere in a report anything about a broken department. It has been a challenged department, but every department in the country has been challenged over the past 2 years. The pandemic, the George Floyd murder, the cries from the community for change and reform, some of them well thoughtful, some of them thoughtful, some not as thoughtful, has really placed police departments, public safety throughout the country in a crucible. And that cannot be understated. I think that by and large, your city and your city's police department has met that challenge. We're not talking about a broken department. What we are intending to do with the 40 recommendations are to improve what is already a well-functioning department. And I want to make sure that that is stressed. There is room for growth. All departments can get better. And what we have learned is, particularly with regard to accountability, internal affairs investigations, complaint intake, use of force review, finding ways to reduce uses of force, all those issues are not, the best practices are not widely shared among police departments and police agencies. There's a lot of reasons for that. One of them is that so much of that has to remain confidential because the personnel investigations and state law requires that there's a lot of confidentiality. There are privacy rights under the Peace Officer Bill of Rights that certainly pertain. So it's very difficult for an agency to borrow. There's no book in the library that can check out with regard to best practices. So what we do is we use our experience, and as I said in our prefacing remarks, we use that experience on what has worked well in other agencies and try to export that to the degree we think it will fit in the agency we're looking at. One of the things that we do think there is room for growth is in the internal review process, as Steve indicated. When an incident occurs that doesn't go well, or when an incident occurs in which there is a need for an officer to use deadly force, or where there's an incident that results in a pursuit with injury, those are critical incidents, potential high liability, but really need to be examined, not only with regard to individual accountability. That really is not the main focus. The focus should be, how can we learn from that incident so that we can be better prepared the next time a similar incident happens. And there are a lot of tools that can be available and should be available with regard to that. But until you do a very fulsome and multifaceted review of the incident and pull it apart and do a debrief. You're not going to learn, because you're not going to learn enough about what has occurred in order to learn. Sometimes we get criticized for suggesting there needs to be more Monday morning quarterbacking. And I actually embrace that term. The way I see it is that if the NFL on Monday morning gets all its players together and its coaches together and looks at the video and pulls apart good, bad, or indifferent, whether they won on Sunday or lost on Sunday, they're going to do that. And why are they going to do that? They're going to do that not just to put people on the taxi squad or demote people or put them on the second string or no longer have them start, although that is a potential consequence with regard to poor performance. But it's really, how can we do better? What did the guard do on this play? And if that can be done for a football game, why couldn't that be exported to public safety? And in our view, it could be and it should be. And we believe that with regard to that holistic review, Vacaville PD could do better with regard to that, and we offer suggestions about how to do that. The second thing is having to do with transparency. Transparency is something that we heard over and over from your community about an interest in having the police department, to the degree that it's legally possible, provide more information about the inner workings of the department. And that's whether that's through use of force data, whether it's through a number of arrests, whether it's through calls for service. But there is, not to say there's nothing, but there can be more that can be done in this area, and we offer suggestions in our report designed to do that. What's the next slide? There were 40 individual recommendations, and we're not going to get into all of them, but we're certainly prepared to answer any questions that any of you all may have about them. Essentially, as I said, I'm going to stress this, but it really is to reinforce the work that is already being done by the department. And to say that nothing is being done would be not only inaccurate, but doing a disservice to your police department and its membership and its leadership. Next. And not to say that there haven't already been reforms that exist without us. One of the things we do look at is we look at the arc of reform within an agency, and that becomes a barometer for us to test whether or not things just stay stagnant and whether the department is simply reacting to the pressures or interests of individuals or community members or stakeholders or what have you. But we found examples where the department on its own recognized that there was a need to get better. And that is, again, indicative of an agency that is willing to learn and is willing to improve within itself. Some agencies get very stagnant and don't improve, and they want to do things the way that it's always been. And we didn't see that at your police department. Two examples are significant changes with regard to providing instruction and guidance to officers on vehicle pursuits. Vehicle pursuits are a high risk, high liability, and dangerous activity for a lot of people, the subjects that's being pursued, the officer that is engaged in the pursuit, individuals who are in between and get caught in the situation. And so the department has provided better guidance, better instruction, and has reformed the way in which officers are to pursue, provided different guidelines on whether to pursue, and all of those things, I think, are a testament to a department that's willing to change and to reform and improve. The second thing is this bias by proxy, which has really been something over the past couple of years that has been really something that a lot of communities are starting to pay attention to. What that means is when it's the community that is actually asking officers to perform and to treat people of color disparately based on calls for service. The typical call that would qualify as a bias by proxy is a call: there are 3 people of color in my neighborhood that don't look like they belong. No further information, no evidence that a crime is being committed, just that they don't belong, and we want you to come here, essentially telling dispatch, we want you to come here and move them along. And so in order to address that issue, the police department, again, has provided more guidance, more training to its dispatchers on how to deal with that kind of call so that individuals don't get bothered simply because they are walking around in a neighborhood and somebody has decided they don't belong there. So again, that's another example of how the department is responding to new challenges and in a good and productive way. We are getting to the home stretch here. Steve mentioned this. The training that the department provides its officers is very, very good. What we have seen in times of limited resources, some agencies where they often cut first is on training. That's not what we saw with regard to your police department. Steve was able to actually see a day of scenario-based training where the whole department was out and learning about perishable skills in a scenario-based training. This is not online learning. This is not classroom learning. It's scenario-based training, which is the most effective kind of training that police officers can engage in. And we were very impressed with the degree of training there. The specialized unit, the SWAT unit, again, we saw extreme good qualities there, particularly with regard to when SWAT conducts an operation. They do that internal review. They do that debrief in a very effective way. The community response unit, we thought was making great strides. Unfortunately, because of resource strains, they've had to be on hiatus for a bit. And we talk about how we thought they were moving the needle. And hopefully, when resources become available, that can be reinstituted. And we also talked, and you've already heard today in another on your agenda, about some of the innovative community service programs, PAL, FIRST, that the department is very involved in your city. These are the challenges: staffing, recruiting, and hiring. Not unique to Vacaville. Every department in the state of California is faced with that strain. Getting people, getting the right people, getting good people, and retaining people are probably the number one challenge up and down the state of California with regard to public safety. Departments are competing for people. They're stealing from people, people from other agencies. They're trying to find all kinds of ways to get staffed up, and your agency is not immune to that. We do know that more, in our view, more could be done with regard to community engagement. That's not to say nothing is being done, but more and more agencies are looking for other ways to engage with its community in different ways. Coffee with a Cop is a traditional way of doing it, but there need to be, in our view, other ways to figure out how to engage with the community. We believe more could be done with regard to approach to public transparency. The new laws are pushing departments to be more transparent, but in our view, our view and our recommendations are to get out in front of it, and when you can be transparent, be transparent. And then I've already talked about the enhanced review protocols. Can we go to the next slide, Steve? Sure. This just sums up, again, some of the other ideas that we have. And let me just say a little bit before I close, and then certainly be available for questions. One of the things that we try to do is make the recommendations revenue neutral. And I would say the vast majority of our recommendations are revenue neutral, but they're not all revenue neutral. And we recognize that it's you all that ultimately make that decision. What we tried to do is we tried to come up with some areas where we think the community and the police department and public safety could be benefited based on our review, based on the information we received from your community, and all of that was distilled. And so we came up with 3 or 4 ideas that were not revenue neutral, but in our view are certainly worthy of consideration by you all as you move forward. And we recognize that there are limited resources, and in an ideal world, all of this would be available. We realize the reality that it can't all be available, and hard decisions need to be made, and they already have been made during this time where, specialized units have been collapsed. So that, the fundamental answering calls for service, which is really what public safety primarily does, essentially, need to be filled, and that's priority one. But all these other specialized units, and again, if there is room in the budget to do that, it's just worthy of a look. But that's ultimately, obviously, your decision, and we would defer to you. We just, as consultants, we put forward the ones we think that are the ones most worthy of consideration, if there are times in which the money is available.
A couple last slides. So just to wrap up with, again, we just wanted to highlight a few of the recommendations that we have in some of the areas that we were focused on. Transparency is a big piece of a place where we feel like the department could make some additional strides in terms of its approach. And our sense is that they're absolutely meeting the letter of the law to the extent that they are required to under the new paradigm and some of the new state statutes. But I think a lot of agencies are trying to be more proactive in terms of accepting the new reality, recognizing that the benefit of the doubt is not as automatic as it used to be, and trying to turn it into an advantage and provide more information, more education, with the idea that the more people understand about the work that the department is doing and some of the particulars, then oftentimes the more impressed and accepting of what they are seeing that they're going to be. And then certainly, as Mike was mentioning, the whole idea of resources is a significant issue. I think it has been one of the obstacles to transparency in the agency because it's very labor intensive. As we say in the report, it takes a lot of time and effort to produce those materials in an efficient way, consistent with law and privacy rights. But I think it's an investment worth making. And then lastly, several of our recommendations relate to the department's internal review mechanisms. We've mentioned that a lot. And again, because they are so critical in our view to the health of a highly functioning agency, the ability to look at yourself and make adjustments is going to be as efficient or as effective as any outside imposed accountability or scrutiny, and we saw some ways that the department could kind of tighten up or enhance those processes. So we'll stop now and obviously defer to any of the questions or comments that you may have, and thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open up public comment.
Good evening, council and city staff. I'm Joan Marquand-Wilsey, and I was able to participate in 2 of the public forums that were held for the police department and the audit, and I wanted to encourage us to keep on doing it. Maybe quarterly, maybe something like that could work. And especially the second one where we had tables of discussion groups where people were able to share stories and ask questions of an officer, representative, or city staff member that was there. So I hope we can fund it and plan it and make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, everybody. Ryan, local dad. I've been a part of some of the efforts that we've made over the past couple of years, and just really want to give a thanks, gratitude to you all, the city manager. May 2020 was a pretty wild time for a lot of reasons, and I remember at the time it was particularly stressful because as somebody who's been relatively engaged in these conversations for a couple of years, having a number of friends, acquaintances, certainly people I didn't know, ask questions, come to realizations. It was pretty heavy. It was a heavy burden. The best way I can put it was like, a number of people coming up to me saying, "Hey, have you ever seen the color blue before?" And I'm like, "Yeah, of course. Haven't you? Like this has been going on for quite some time. I appreciate you coming to the conversation, but it was a really interesting time." And then a month later, a lot of organizations just kind of gave up because we didn't solve racism within a month. And this city, for the past 2.5 years has been dedicated not only to communities of color, around, but just to the community at large. This police department, I've gotten to know a couple of the members. They've been unbelievable in terms of really just putting their money where their mouth is and wanting to make sure that this is a community where all people feel safe and are valued. And, you know, it's been a pleasure to work on it. And I know there's 40 recommendations. I certainly don't know what it takes to get all 40 of these done and what the process looks like. But I just want to make my commitment as a community member to all of you here that I'm ready to serve, ready to help, and ensure that we're coming back year after year, looking back on these 40 recommendations and checking our progress and making sure that we are where we are, because Vacaville really has an opportunity to be the gold standard when it comes to transparency, community relations, and just what community policing looks like going forward. So appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Close public comment. Have any comments from the council? Councilmember Silva.
Thanks for the report. I know it's been a long ongoing effort. Wasn't able to attend the public meetings because somehow I have stuff to do. No, I think a lot of the time that I spent with PD, from ride-alongs, from attending different trainings, different outreach events, I think what you observed is very similar to what I observed growing up here. A lot of the kids I grew up with, predominantly in the 90s, we can still remember names. I'll not repeat them for professional reasons. But I will share that a lot of these guys that I'm really proud of, because they're doing what they can with the skills that they have to provide a better future for their kids, a different pathway for their kids. A lot of times they have that history or experiences that they once experienced. Like those are still very vivid, and it's very hard for they themselves to forgive and kind of move forward for themselves. But when they talk about their kids, and we talk about particularly policing, they're very explicit in the fact that they don't want their kids to have the same perceptions that they do. And from my personal experiences, I'm not naive to think that, everybody's just trying to go along and mind their business. We still unfortunately have a couple of things that literally pop off every once in a while, unfortunately. And so those elements are still there within particular areas throughout our community, not just in low income, but there's issues throughout, and that impact people from all socioeconomic groups. And so for me, I think really the key when I got into this position, and even before, and whether or not I was even in this position or not, was my goal to help bridge the gaps to where we don't always perceive things to be this opposing force, where we're against one another. Because in reality, everybody wants to feel safe, and everybody wants to live a good quality of life. And it's unfortunate that we have all these complexities within our society, that the line of defense that we call to address these issues are those guys and that undercover guy right there sitting in the back. So sorry. I'm sorry. Now I'm going to get booted. So, but no, it's just anyway. So I things are always going to be a work in progress, and it'll be interesting to see, 20, 30, 40 years along, down the road on how things continue to change in our society and what our society expects of each other. And I think having the opportunity and encouraging opportunity for us to have that dialogue, to meet one-on-one, to have those different experiences, I think that fundamentally allows us to look at each other as humans, and those different factors that, whatever those is that help hold us back, personally and professionally. I think that's the way we can make a better world, to where our kids don't have to deal with some of the crap that a lot of other folks have had to deal with, and sometimes that we get kind of caught up with. So just appreciate your efforts, your input. And I appreciate our police force, particularly for being so open book. I personally don't like people up in my business. So the fact that, to hear that echoed from you all, just a great thanks to our Vacaville Police Department. And then more particularly, just echoing, just again, want to extend my appreciation to our new chief and the staff that's been really dedicated towards to exactly that, building more relationships within our community. So, thank you.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a pretty thorough report. I've had plenty of conversations with the police manager as well as other patrolling officers since I've been on council. But there is one big thing missing for me in here, which I brought up throughout the whole process. It's missing quantitative data. It's like there's some statements in here where it's like, could be true, could not be true. Maybe I don't know because there's no data actually telling me what it is. Well, that's fine. It's like generally like opinions are good, but it's like when I have to make decisions off this and explain to constituents, if I can't justify the reasons, oh, some lawyer said we should do this, that's not a good enough reason for me. Yeah, for example, one that stood out to me, it's on page 12. It says, and as a case in the many jurisdictions, black subjects figure prominently in arrests and use of force, particularly in relation to their percentage in local population. There's an annotation for record keeping, but is like, I don't know if that's true or not because I can't see the numbers. And how does that number compare to comparable jurisdictions, like ones we're using for comps for labor? I think those would be good comparisons because there's similar cities, similar sized departments. And so, yeah, so if somebody just reads that, they think we might have a big problem if they don't read the rest of it. But data is very big, especially we're going to be spending money on, and potentially a lot of money to go through some of these things. Somewhere like a standard greatly exceeds minimum post requirements. Well, that's good. Yeah, it says that we're doing a good job exceeding the requirements, but this is a public document, so the general public's not going to know what the requirements are. Maybe like you did for other ones, put the footnote in there on, hey, this is what the standard is, and then they exceeded it by this amount. Most of the recommendations weren't really a surprise. It's more of continuing what you've been doing because you've been doing a good job at it. There is one that I don't agree with, which is just from personal opinion and experience, was recommendation number 8. Vacaville PD should amend its officer-involved shooting protocol to ensure involved officers provide an initial statement about their actions and observations prior to viewing any related video recordings, including their own body-worn cameras. And in the paragraph about it, it says statement to be pure in sense of being uncorrupted by outside influence by external recordings that do not reflect what the officer actually was observing due to vantage point, lighting conditions, and or officer focus. Well, somebody that's actually been in quite a few firefights through a couple deployments, yeah, you're dealing with adrenaline dumps, cortisol dumps, loss of fine motor skills, tunnel vision. So the pure vision, pure whatever they're looking at, isn't necessarily reliable. In fact, memory is probably one of the most unreliable things that's out there. So giving your body time to recover from that physiological freak out is probably the best thing to do, not just for the officers, but the people related in that have maybe witnessed it. Because if you haven't experienced that before, anything that level of possible violence or that level of adrenaline, it can really affect what you're seeing. So if you don't have time to recover from that, it's very, very difficult to give accurate statements and recall appropriately. In fact, like seeing a video might jot your memory, which is what some people are afraid of, but it'd probably be a more accurate statement in the end. So all of it, that's one of my biggest, or in terms of recommendations that I don't actually agree with. I think they should take the full 48 hours, 72 hours, but it should be afforded to anybody that was witnessed that or involved in that. It kind of leads into number 9, so promote the acquisition of interview with all involved personnel prior to the end of shift. Yeah, if they're up for it, if it's like maybe 12 hours later before the end of their shift or something, but I really think it should be, we should keep that 72 hours just to recover. Other than that, like I said, most of the recommendations I agree with. There's always room for improvement. After action reviews, military, we do them all the time. Like after every exercise or action that we do, we have to do them. They're generally pretty thorough because commanders have to read them. But for me, overall, I think it's good, but I think it's incomplete. Like I'd like to see an annex with the data that supports all of your findings. So for me, that's my thoughts on it. I'd really like to see an annex to supplement this.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you so much. I don't know how long my voice lasts for. It's a conversation. I appreciate Councilmember Roberts' kind of analytical kind of approach. I'm gonna go back to kind of where Silva was. I was really proud to be selected for the committee, had the opportunity to talk to you. Your kind of your analogies of football, something that I've been saying day one. I started with that. I appreciate the member of the community. He was on the council. It's amazing hearing his speech, and it really echoed to like what I feel as a black man in America. These men and women here are one of the reasons why I'm here. I've had a lot of experiences. I don't have the data. I've been on both sides of it. I started to laugh how I ended up here. I've had a lot of experiences in Vacaville throughout California. And it was amazing what these officers, they instilled something to me where I knew what was right and wrong, different. When I had interactions with other cities, I can tell the difference of what was right, normal, and wrong, because I grew up in a community where that wasn't normal for me to be treated as violently or as horrible as I have been in other places. Like that really instilled something in me. I want to make sure that, yeah, 2020 was a hot mess. But what I saw going on throughout the country, I knew I didn't want that inception to come to my, I didn't want what was happening to be seen as like something that comes to fruition. And all of a sudden, we're just going to accept this is the norm. These people are bad. So it's one of the things I ran on. I mean, 6'4", 300 pounds, and I've had a very adventurous life. And so I've had the ability to engage with Vacaville PD and other officers from LA. And it's been a great experience. And when it came to the football team, I use an analogy when I first talked to you on the Zoom, and now we have a great team. I play college football. You can never stop improving. The fact that you guys came as like a outside team coaches, came in and analyze them, policy, procedure, protocol, you can always do something better. The fact you guys came in, they opened their doors, transparency. You found out what's right, working well. We have a great new coach. We have our captains right here. And from the report, it looks like the whole squad is really buying in, and they're really happy with the direction we're pointing. We have the crew. That was one organization, that's a special team. We got to get them stronger. SWAT is just nailing it. They come in clutch. It's amazing, what we have. And I don't want to get into details of transparency. We always something better. No one's perfect. You identified things that, thank God, are things that you can fix, repair, and kind of transition that aren't critical. They're not critical problems. Right? We have a structural breakdown in the mental integrity, morals, the barometer, the compass is off. That's a problem. There's some apartments that they're just different, and you can't fix it. It's a culture, and that's not here. And so when I saw the report, it was amazing. Everything that was wrong is easily fixed. And when you have a culture, it's hard to change. It's like cancer. Once it sets in, really hard to change. So I really appreciate the analogy you guys did. And I always stand up for these guys because they helped me kind of shape my experiences and other times. You know what? There's bad police, but not bad police officers, forces. That cop might have had a problem. I'm always able to identify he's having a bad day. Not police in general that are bad. Maybe that guy's a POS, right? I should have said that, but it's just, you're able to slow down and say, you know what? This isn't a structural problem. That guy's a problem. And so I really appreciate what you guys did. I think the community really needed this. And just, everything I saw in the report is easy. It's really easy to fix problems. I've seen other places that it's not as simple as, put something in the lobby so people can get forms easier to file a report for complaints. Like, that's an easy problem. Like, what's happening in some other parts down south, that's a structural problem. So I really think I appreciate them opening up their hearts and the transparency and allowing us to really see, gosh, we have an amazing department. It's like a team. We can improve a few things, but we're all doing the right. And so I really appreciate you guys. You know, they helped me kind of have my why, what I'm gonna do. I want to make sure that other men, looking at myself, Lily Silva, had the opportunity to realize, you know what, like, you have an opportunity to do the right thing in life, and have to have kind of cause and effect and take accountability. You know, as long as you're doing the right thing, beep always happens, but take the accountability in yourself to do the right thing, and allow yourself not to have prejudice against them, and they will not have prejudice against us. It can't be us against them. I think really instilling that thing, like we have the community engagement, like we're doing the district commanders. It's gonna work, it's new, right? It's gonna do better. Like I always make comments that as long as I'm here, I don't care if I have to buy 30 AC units. If cops want to drive around 100 degrees, windows down, just so they can throw the peace sign up and wave at kids, like that interaction, when I was a young kid, made it different. You know, like having cops actually like, hey, what's going on, man? Like acknowledge you, it just kind of changed you a little bit. Like there's things we can do to engage and enhance community engagement. There's little things, like houses made by bricks. I'm not trying to fix it all at once, but I think these guys and women have an awesome team, and I'm just proud. You know? Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stockton.
Thank you for the presentation. As you know, I was very critical when you came the first time. I had some concerns just because I love living in Vacaville. And the reason I love living in Vacaville is because we have very brave men and women in our public safety that make Vacaville a place that is safe. And I am in law enforcement. I don't work for Vacaville PD, but I live in Vacaville, and that's not a coincidence. And so I'm not going to get too far into some of what my colleagues said, but I do agree. I think you offer a lot of reflection that could have some additional factual premises to kind of strengthen. Transparency, I think, is why we went through this whole process, right? We wanted to make sure, and I'm not surprised, that you had no problems from anyone in our organization, whether it was the police department, the city manager, the city council, or anyone else. But what I will tell you is I'm very impressed with the two citizens that came up here and spoke. Thank you for staying. Thank you for going through the process. Thank you for giving us feedback and being engaged in what we were hoping to accomplish by going through this, because it does matter. It 100% matters. You know, I think Chief Schmutzler has a lot of homework to do. You know, one of the things that I was hoping was in this report was maybe a response from the chief or from the administration regarding maybe providing some more depth to some of your recommendations, because just looking at the 40, many of which have overlap, I think that we're doing a lot in these areas, but yes, there are certainly things that we can improve upon. But overall, I recognize that society is going to place the perceptions on policing from the nation on our little local PDs. It's unfair, but it is, I think, part of accepting the new reality. And it's been a tough pill to swallow. I swallow it too, every day. But what I want to tell you is that I know that our police department has been going through a lot. I know that our staffing levels, which hopefully I will get some more information on staffing levels, are probably lower today than they were 10 years ago. And we have fewer people doing more with less. And nobody's given up. People are still out there taking care of business, treating the public with dignity, respect, and looking for ways to improve. And I'm proud of you. And I will continue to fight for you and advocate for you, because more often than not, you get it right. And you're always trying to do the right thing. We don't always get it right, but you're always trying to. And so I appreciate the process. I appreciate what the men and women of Vacaville Police Department are doing every single day. You're why Vacaville is an amazing city. So thank you.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the report. I thought it was very comprehensive. It's interesting. I've never been in fire situations before, but I was questioning when you talked about doing the statement before the video, and then later in the report, you gave your reasons. But when we look at the 40 recommendations, that's when it's up to our PD leadership to look at the recommendations, to look at the practice, and to see what is the best for Vacaville, because we can't say, okay, there's 40 recommendations, get them done in 6 months, because that doesn't always, it's not going to work. And so I thought it was a good report, and it will be up to our department to see which is the best way for Vacaville, and let's look at these recommendations. I also was glad to hear that there was great cooperation from the department, and it's so nice to have such a variety of specialized areas in our police department. It was said very clearly in the report that we're 14 officers below our budgeted maximum. So it's not that we're not budgeting money, we're looking for bodies, qualified bodies, to fill those positions. And if we had 14 more bodies in the positions doing quality work, then it would be different too, because I know everyone is working above and beyond their situation. So hiring is a big situation, and we want to be a place where people want to come. So implementing those 40 recommendations will be up to the department, how it's going to be, what are the priorities, and tackling them, as Colleen said earlier, a little bit at a time, not here's 40, go at it. But I would say use of force based on what we've seen, you know, that's one thing to look at with lawsuits and everything else. And I do also really appreciate the community involvement and the meetings, and think that that's a good way to continue going forward. And the district patrol people, that's a good thing too. So thanks very much for the report and for your work.
We'll move to item 9D, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Vacaville PD. Appreciate everything.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this next item before you is a resolution of the City Council approving the MOU with our fire management group, as well as merit increases for city manager and city attorney. We have Jessica Bose, our Human Resources Director, and Ken Matsumi, our Finance Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As the city manager introduced, this is regarding the FMG Fire Managers Group, MOU. A little bit of background on the FMG group. The contract expired on October 31st of 2022. This group includes a total of 6 employees, 5 battalion chiefs and 1 deputy chief in the fire department. The process that we go through for negotiations with this group and all of our groups is a data-driven one, and we use comparable agencies, consumer price index, recruitment retention data. We always look at the union proposals, and then of course the city's budget are taken into account as well. The negotiation team receives direction from the council after all this data has been presented to them, and then we meet with the group and keep the council updated. I'll go into a little bit more detail on that. So when we reach total agreement and ratification, what that means is that during the process, the negotiation team meets with the group and then reports back to the council in closed session. This process repeats itself until the team reaches total tentative agreement with the group. A total tentative agreement reflects the good faith effort to put forward an agreement that both parties support and that will receive approval from their respective constituents. FMG took a vote of their membership and reached ratification on the agreement proposed to you tonight. The agreement is being presented as a strike-through document that's attached to the staff report, and following council approval, all track changes would be accepted and the final document would then be signed by the respective parties as stated on the signature page. Then we would place the document on the city's webpage. So as you can see in the strike-through version, there's a lot of details and changes. Here is a list of the biggest changes for the term and conditions of this agreement. In summary, it's a 3-year term now through October 31st of 2025. The cost of living adjustments include 4% each year through 2024. There's an increase in city contributions to deferred compensation, starting with a 2% increase and followed by 1% increases in the following 2 years. This would bring the total city contribution for this group to a 6% city contribution, which matches all of our other management groups across the city. It's also a city recognition of the Juneteenth holiday, which we added to all the other groups in the last round of negotiations, a $500 increase in tuition reimbursement and allowance for student loan repayments through that program, and an adjustment to compaction calculation and clarification of the elements that are used to calculate that compaction. It's important to encourage promotion from the lower ranks below this group, and to do so, we need to maintain a certain differential. So to do so, we established a clear list of compensable items to be included when calculating the compaction. That list did not exist before. While there was compaction language and amounts, it didn't include a list of the items to be included in that calculation. So the compaction adjustments will be made incrementally to establish a 21% differential between the fire captain and the fire battalion chief, and a 9.25% between the battalion chief and the deputy chief by the end of the term. To get there, these amounts are 0.2%, 0.2%, and 0.502% in each of the 3 years, in addition to the COLAs listed above. It's also important to note that due to the compaction language, if the Vacaville Firefighters Association negotiate anything higher than the above COLAs or increases in other specialty pays that are included in the compaction calculation language, that those increases would automatically apply to the fire managers as well to maintain the contractual differentials. As with many of our groups, we do cleanup language in each round of negotiations. These included additional PERS reportable language for transparency purposes, clarification on cash out rates, and changes to department titles. Also included in your item tonight are the annual merit increases for the city manager and city attorney. The amounts are 2.17% for both positions. These are effective 1 year past their last merit increase, and the new annual salaries are listed here on this slide. While labor negotiations and labor relations touch on several of the strategic plan goals and initiatives, the focus starts in 3 initiatives for A, B, and C, and the successful completion of the process then impacts goals 1, 3, and 4. The fiscal impact of this agreement is $81,000 in the current fiscal year, $550,000 over the term, the majority of which comes from the general fund, but the city manager's salary is funded through community development, sewer, and water funds as well. All costs do include roll-ups to reflect the increase in the pension normal cost. Our recommendation is by simple motion to adopt the subject resolution, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open with public comment. I close public comment. Entertain a motion. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Perfect. Unanimous. We'll move to item E, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This next item before you is a presentation from our budget team to give you your first quarter update on this new fiscal year, as well as to present to the council for your consideration tonight new budget adjustments for expenditures for some key elements of our operations. Also included for tonight's, as part of the presentation, you may recall at one of the last meetings, we had a request from council to explain some background behind the Fire Station Medic 72. And so as part of the presentation tonight, you'll hear from our fire chief to talk about the positions request as well as how we got to that decision. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ken and his team.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Next slide, please. So to start off the presentation, we're going to provide an update on how fiscal year 22, so this prior fiscal year ended, The comparison here is sort of the actual results after, now that we know how much revenues came in and expenses were made in 2022, comparing that, which is in the very far right column, to what we were projecting back in on June 28th. So our fiscal year runs from July to June, but we're still getting revenues that come in July and August that relate to the prior fiscal year. We're still paying invoices as well. And so that's why the numbers will change even after June. And so as you can see from kind of both columns, the difference, if we're looking at the general fund surplus without Measure M, back in June, we were projecting that we would finish with a surplus of 2.1 million. And then when you add in Measure M and look at the general fund in total, we would have a surplus of 14.5 million, giving us a total general fund reserve of a little under 56 million or 52%. The actual results really finished in line with what we were projecting. So if we're looking at the general fund without Measure M, we were at 1.2 million. And then when you add in Measure M to that, looking at the total general fund, you're looking at a reserve, again, slightly under 56 million and a 51% reserve. The reasons for the change on the revenue side are going to lay down on the section on the left. So we did see sales tax go up a little bit higher than we were projecting back in June. Measure M did go up a lot as well. And then property tax, we did see a bump with that June payment that we received compared to what we were projecting. And on the expense side as well, that did go up. A lot of that has to do with something that we've been seeing with COVID, where on services and supplies, because of the supply chain issues, we're seeing a lot of invoices and kind of delivery of goods that happened towards the last quarter of the fiscal year, as opposed to earlier. Prior to COVID, usually around 30 to 35% of our service and supplies expenses would take place in that fourth quarter. During COVID and even this last year, we've kind of seen that more in the 40% range. So there's a bump up there. And then also overtime was something that was a lot higher than we were projecting when we were estimating this back in June. So over the next several slides, our budget analyst, John Collette, will be going over the Q1 trends in revenues.
Thank you, Ken. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This part of our presentation focuses on revenue trends through first quarter of the current fiscal year 23. The trends are based on actuals through the first 3 months of the fiscal year, July through September, along with updated sales tax estimates from our consultant, HDL. Sales tax accounts for approximately 20% of the city's general fund revenue, and Measure M consists of 17% of the city's general fund revenue, for a combined total of 37%. Through first quarter, combined sales tax was 13 million for fiscal year 23, represented by the green line on the graph to the right, and that's compared to 12.9 million in fiscal year 22, an increase of 0.8% last fiscal year. Just below the green line, we've separated sales tax and Measure M so we can look at them separately. Sales tax is represented by the blue column and Measure M by the yellow column. We received $7 million in sales tax through first quarter. This is a decrease of approximately 4% last fiscal year, and Measure M has received $6 million first quarter, an increase of 7% compared to last fiscal year. Some key categories that HDL is projecting to do well in fiscal year 23 are restaurants and hotels, fuel and service stations, and building construction. Other taxes besides property, sales, and Measure M taxes account for approximately 19% of the city's total general fund revenues. Through first quarter, revenues are 4.1 million, which is a decrease of 6.8% last fiscal year. And taxes in this category consist of franchise tax, paramedic tax, transient occupancy tax, excise tax, business license tax, and real property transfer. A couple of significant impacts seen through first quarter are franchise tax fees, which are down 9% compared to last fiscal year. More significant, the transient occupancy tax, or TOT, which is a tax based on local hotel stays, saw a decrease of 22% compared to last fiscal year. There were a couple of factors leading to the decline. The first is TOT saw a significant increase last fiscal year due to the state opening back up from the pandemic, and consumers had a pent-up demand to travel. This was a significant boost for revenues for hotels and restaurants. So we're starting to see that flatten out now. The second reason for the decrease is consumers are seeing higher fuel prices along with increased inflation and worry of a recession. Again, the last slide showed HDL anticipating a slight increase in hotels and restaurants for fiscal year 23. So we'll continue to monitor the category and see if it picks back up or if it's going to be a trend for fiscal. Department charges and fees revenue category accounts for approximately 11% of the city's total general fund revenues. This category contains the charges and fees for all departments, with Parks and Rec and paramedic fees being the majority of the revenues category. Through September, revenues were at $3.1 million for current fiscal year, which is slightly above last fiscal year and a 72% increase for fiscal year 21. And that was a tight pandemic lockdown. Through first quarter, Parks and Recreation continues to see revenues improve. And this is really carrying over from fiscal year 22, when we started seeing the recovery in their activities and programs, specifically programs that were directly impacted by the limitations from state and local mandates in the prior fiscal year 21, due to the pandemic. Actual revenues through first quarter for Parks and Rec saw an increase of 35.6% compared to last fiscal year, and revenues are slightly below pre-pandemic levels, still trending in the right direction. We're seeing increased activity in many of their programs through first quarter with aquatics, adult sports, youth sports, BPAT, and gymnastics really increasing at the highest rate. On the other side, paramedic fees or ambulance revenue has seen a decrease of approximately 20% first quarter compared to last fiscal year. And this is due to uncollectible billings first 3 months. At this point, we don't anticipate this to be a trend, but we'll continue to monitor the billings and work with our provider Whitman to provide an update at mid-year. Overall, department charges and fees are slightly up in the first quarter, and we expect that slight increase to continue for the remainder of fiscal year. That concludes first quarter revenue trends, and I will pass it over to our budget manager, Leslie Hoover, for budget augmentations.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. I will be going over our proposed budget augmentations tonight. Budget augmentations are needed when items arise after budget adoption. Tonight, we do have several augmentation requests for Council's consideration, totaling $960,438. While we typically wait until mid-year update in February to bring additional position requests, due to the upcoming Fire Academy in January and the impact of current workloads, we are bringing 10 positions and other personnel-related items tonight. All requests tonight are funded through the general fund. The first position for your consideration tonight is a public safety dispatcher in the police department. During the fiscal year 23 budget process, the department requested 3 dispatchers, and only 2 were recommended for approval with the adoption of the budget. This additional position is the next step in a multi-phase plan to update and modernize the communication center. Bringing the total authorized staffing to 24, the fiscal impact in the current year is $74,500, with a future ongoing cost of $119,500 per year. Along with adding a dispatcher, we're also asking for the council to approve expanding the current hiring incentive program previously approved for police officers back in November 2021 to the lateral dispatcher position. Recruitment for qualified lateral public safety dispatchers continues to be a challenge for the city of Vacaville. Since January 2019, a dozen dispatchers have retired, resigned, or been released from probation. The retirements and resignations creates a gap in institutional and operational knowledge that can only be filled by experienced lateral dispatchers. Increased call volume coupled with technology advances has increased overall staffing needs in the communications center. Currently, there are 5 unfilled vacancies, which leads to mandated overtime for existing staff. Our current recruitment, which has been open since March 2020, has resulted in less than 45% lateral level applications. Furthermore, other agencies are offering recruitment incentives which impact our ability to attract and hire lateral applicants. In order to increase the city's competitive edge, staff is proposing a $20,000 hiring incentive spread over 4 years in $5,000 increments. matching the police hiring incentive program, which has resulted in the hire of 9 new police officers to date. The amount requested tonight is $20,000. The next augmentation for your consideration tonight is for our fire department, which our fire chief will be discussing in more detail with the next few slides. However, in summary, a total of 9 full-time buffer positions at the firefighter or firefighter paramedic level to decrease overtime and increase minimum staffing to prevent future critical staffing shortages are being requested. Assuming 6 will start the academy this January and 3 lateral positions in May of 2023, the current fiscal year cost is just over $580,000 with an ongoing cost of approximately $1.8 million annually. In addition to staff, there's also requests for additional one-time budget for fire academy costs, along with personnel outfitting supplies in the amount of just over $285,000, thus bringing the total cost of the fiscal year 23 fire academy to just over $606,000. At this point, I will pass the presentation over to our fire chief to discuss the fire department's request in more detail.
Two stages. First, I'm going to talk about, I guess, been requested to talk about the Medic 72 brownout that's been going on, why it happened, why the decision was made, and then why specifically Medic 72 rather than one of the other 4 ambulances, because Medic 72 is the busiest one. So staffing shortages necessitated Medic 72 be browned out in 3 different times, if you will. The first time was for a period of 27 days between June 8th and July 5th. We had an academy graduate that was supposed to be filling vacancies created by some retirements, but we had some folks leave for other agencies, which was unanticipated. So that was the kind of the trigger that necessitated that June 8th, July 5th, brownout. Then we brought it back in service on July 5th, and between July 5th and September 23rd, which is the next, the beginning of the next long-term brownout, there were 8 days out of that 2.5-month period. We brought it back in service, but there were 8 days where we had no one left to force to work. So we had to brown it out for a 24-hour period. So there was 8 separate 24-hour periods that we had to brown it out during that period. And then since September 23rd to now, a total of 53 days going on 54 days. So total since June 8th, it's been browned out for a total of 88 days so far. The precipitating event, or the straw that broke the camel's back, if you will, on September 23rd, and why I felt like I had to make the tough decision to brown it out again for a long period of time, was because we had numerous folks that were out on long-term either injury or illness or other protected leaves, and they were out for a long period of time. So I do want to make it clear that the decision to brown out Medic 72 was an operational decision made by me based on the data, based on the staffing crisis that we were experiencing at the time. I felt that it was necessary. We just didn't have any people left really to force to work, if you will. So the reasons why we made those operational decisions is since November of 2021, we've had 6 firefighters leave for other agencies. I've been notified that we've got 2 more that are in backgrounds for other agencies. There's also a sudden increase in long-term absences, as I talked about before, due to protected leaves. It includes long-term injuries, whether work-related or non-work-related illnesses, as well as CFRA protected leaves, kind of like baby bonding and things like that, which takes folks out of service and leads to long-term absences, if you will. try to bring in quickly. We tried to do a lateral recruitment for paramedics when we had the initial 4 paramedics leave for other agencies. We tried to do a lateral recruitment because we had 6 vacancies. We tried to hire 6 paramedics back earlier this year, and unfortunately, that recruitment only yielded 2, so we were only able to fill 2 of the 6 vacancies we had at the time. And then the other thing is we've seen a sudden increase in the amount of forced overtime. You go back looking at data, we had a similar number of vacancies back in 2017, and that year the percentage of hours that were being worked that was forced on somebody, where somebody was having to work against their will, if you will, it peaked at about I think 9% for 1 month. Most of the times it was either 0, 1, or 2% for the month. Fast forward to 2022, about the same number of vacancies, carrying about the same number of vacancies. We peaked in August. We were forcing 40% of the overtime hours being worked was being forced on someone. So that means somebody was being held, so they'd have child care issues at home, but they're being held. They're being forced to stay at work. So those are the reasons why I had to make the tough decision to brown out the Medic 72. Next slide, please. So many people have asked, why Medic 72? Medic 72 is the busiest ambulance that we have, but it's also located in the center of this. It's the most centrally located. And it's busy because it's the most centrally located. And it seems counterintuitive that we take our busiest ambulance out of service, but it really does make a lot of sense. We put a lot of deputy chiefs back there. He crunched a bunch of numbers as far as the data is concerned, anticipated effect to the response times. We knew it was going to have anticipated effect to response times. Looked at GIS data, and by browning out Medic 72 rather than one of the other 4 that were on the periphery of the city, it most equally redistributed the work of Medic 72 to one of the other 4. It equally distributed it to one of the other 4. And we felt that by one of those ambulances going into the center of the city, into Medic 72's area, it would have the least negative effect or least negative impact on our response times. Now, if you look there, we had anticipated that that there was going to be a response. We projected that there was going to be about a 60 to 90 second delay as far as ambulance response times were concerned. And we crunched the numbers, and for the time, this is up until about 2 weeks ago, I believe, and looking at the averages of as far as the response time. So we looked at it in Station 72's response area. The first unit on scene, the response time increased by 5 seconds. The ambulance response time increased by 1 minute and 5 seconds. And it does have an effect because you're taking 1 unit out of service throughout the city. So now you've got fewer units responding to all of the other calls. So the first unit response time outside of everywhere else, or citywide, actually increased by an average of 11 seconds. And ambulance response time. So the going down from 5 ambulances down to 4 ambulances did have an effect of increasing our overall response time throughout the city by 32 seconds. So that's an update on Medic 72. Did you want me to talk about the 9 buffer positions before answering questions on?
You can. Are you going to speak on it now?
I was planning on speaking on the 9 buffer positions and why we were asking for that. So
I do have a lot of concerns, and I am absolutely very, very disappointed right now. I had no idea that this was a huge staffing shortage, the crisis, the staffing crisis. He said staffing crisis. We're not doing anything. I'm very disappointed, and I know people paint this whole thing for the nation, and I'm not being critical of you. I'm not being critical of everything. This council sitting up here, our city manager. I don't know how we're letting this happen. I know that we went to the public and we begged them for more money, Measure M. And what we did was we put a firefighter up there and we put a police officer, and we said we're going to make sure that we keep our staffing levels with that money up. We were browned out before Measure M, put Measure M in place saying we will not brown out again. And now you're telling me we've been browned out for damn near 100 days. And I'm disappointed because this is blown by me. So I'm putting blame on myself. But this can't be. And I don't care if it's a nationwide. Before I got here, we were a training facility. People came to Vacaville to learn how to become a firefighter, and they left. And I feel like we're there again, and we didn't learn our lesson. I've been out there, I've been talking to your staff. They're overworked. You've said you mandated these folks, and they don't want to be mandated anymore. I don't know how we hit the emergency button and bring these folks on. I know there's a process, Chief, but I feel like 82 days ago, we should have been here having this discussion, or 85 days ago. I'm very, very disappointed. We have to open this back up. We can't be browned out. We promised the public we would not be browned out. I don't know what it's going to take, but we can't have our folks leaving, the massive amounts that they're leaving, and not backfilling it. And we have to figure out why. It's not going to be an easy fix. However, now I feel like we're 85 days or whatever, even back to July 5th. How many folks that live here in Vacaville have left our departments? When I went through five different campaigns, and I said public safety, public safety, public safety. We all sit up here. We're all very lucky sit up here in a hometown that everybody's like, oh, the hometown feel, even though we have 110,000 folks. And that the reason why that is because public safety, people wearing uniforms. We got military folks, we got fire, we got police, we have our CDCR folks. And that's what makes it. If we're letting all these folks leave or they're failing, we have to figure out how to plug that and make sure that we're recruiting faster than we're losing these folks. And I know that you feel the same. I know you do. But we're failing miserably. And we should not be browned out, period. We have to fix it. And, I don't want to be a training ground. You mentioned what, 2 more folks? You already know that we're leaving?
I've been notified by them that they're in backgrounds for another agency, yes.
That's insane. And I know homegrown folks living right here have left us to go to other agencies. People are leaving us to go somewhere else. And that can't happen. We have to stop that. Vice Mayor Stockton.
So you're 6 people down and you have 6 more people leaving, is that correct?
We actually have eight current vacancies with 2 recent retirements that we've had.
So 8 total vacancies currently.
Yes.
And then you have how many people that are looking to leave?
We have two more in background.
Okay, so it'll be a total of 10.
Yeah, and then we have 2 that are retiring by the end of the year.
That would be 12. So what are we doing? I mean, do we have like medic ambulance? Are they helping us out? Like, are they coming out and helping us when we have shortages?
Well, they will if we run out. So if we completely run out of ambulances, they will help us out. So I ran the numbers on that. In the past year, medic ambulance they rarely have to do that. In the past year, medic ambulance has had to transport 43 patients out of Vacaville, out of nearly 8,000 transports in the past year. 16 of those medic ambulance transports were during one of the 88 browned out days.
68 of them?
16,
Oh,
1-6.
1-6.
Yeah.
The folks that are leaving, how many years on do they have in general or with our agency, or if there's a differentiation of where they're first or second agent? How are they, like 1 to 5 year guys? Are they 10-year people, 12-year people? What is the general consensus of the group that's leaving?
Trying to think of all the people. 3 of them had been here for nearly 7 years. And then the other one had been here for nearly 5 years, and then the other 2 had been here for about 3 years.
So less than 10.
Yep.
And you said you did a lateral recruitment, but you only filled 2 spots?
Yes.
How many people applied for that?
I don't recall, Vice Mayor Stockton, but we only had, I believe, don't quote me on this number, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 or 11 that we were able to schedule for interviews.
And then out of that 10 is how you got those 2?
Yes.
Okay, and then can you give me the number one more time for the forced overtime that people are working? So that
The percentage,
it's
yeah, it peaked at, it's back down because since Medic 72 is browned out,
Right.
we've got 2 less positions that we have to fill. It's down to about 11 or 12% in the past month, but it peaked, I believe it was August, right, Alex? I believe it was 40% in August. So that means 40% of each hour of each overtime, or all the overtime hours worked, was being forced on somebody.
I know you can't give me names, but I'm curious what kind of effect it had on the mental health of the people in your department. We have people that are injured, but what is this? Are we having any sort of mental health issues with some of these guys related? I mean, that's a lot, 40% in August, and running 12 short in an 86-person department. Correct?
84 suppression.
So
yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty significant.
I'm sorry, yeah, 84 suppression, not counting the commands.
Do we still have the Portico app or
We do.
something where you can look into, do you have any of that off your head by chance?
I know that the use of the Cortico app and for therapy services and mental services, as far as our firefighters, has greatly increased. The precipitating event to that really was COVID, and it's stayed up through then.
I agree with the mayor. I think we need to fix this. I think we can, but Chief, the council has, everybody on this council, when you've asked for stuff, has answered up, tried to rise to the occasion to help out. And so I don't know what for your department to be able to fully staffed, but when I think about a shortage in staffing, it leads me to believe that there's a shortage and those wait times, people live here because instead of our county having, or other counties having 2 ambulances, 5. So seconds save lives. So whatever we need to do, get together. I'd like to schedule some time to maybe meet with you and get some ideas on what it is that sources wise, because I think overall, when you know what you need and you ask council does what.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, to that point, we appreciate the council's concern about the crisis, and that's why we're before you tonight with the recommendation for the augmentation. So if it's okay with the mayor, if we could move on to that next part.
Actually, everybody's lit up, so
Well-
I'm going to walk through the council. I'm not going to cut our council members off. I do have one more before I open it up to everybody else. Actually, two. So, and you showed me all your increased seconds and minutes, and just help me out here. I know sitting up here, we were getting really close to these seconds and minutes make us lose some insurance. We have to end up paying more. Help me with this.
ISO rating?
Yeah, and we were getting to a point where we were going to be like the top rated. Obviously, this is crushing us because it doesn't help when you add these. So I'm worried about spending actually more money. And then how much do we lose? And I don't know if you can even give me an answer tonight, but how much do we lose when we bring in someone, train them, and then they leave us? That's got to be huge. I know for our department where I work, my real full-time job, if somebody comes in, we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars getting them up to training, and then they jump and they go somewhere else. We just lose that, and we have to go and bring somebody else. So I don't know if you can give me an answer tonight, but I just feel like we're bleeding money, and we shouldn't be.
I don't have exact numbers on there, but you would have to factor in the recruitment cost, the staff time through HR and the fire department that it costs to recruit folks, as well as to put the firefighters through an academy, the academy cost. You can see here what we're asking for, as well as paying those recruit firefighters for the 16 weeks while they're in the academy and not yet filling spots. I would imagine, I don't have a number on what that costs, but we realize the costs are significant.
Right. I'm going to ask Richie Roberts Sullivan, you have your hand up. The city manager asked if we can get to the next part. Do you want to speak now, or do you want to? Okay. Go ahead and move on to your next.
Okay, so this actually transitions real well into, so we are doing something about it, and we're trying to do something about it. Unfortunately, what we thought was going to be, what we thought was a quick fix to the crisis that we had as far as the lateral paramedic recruitment didn't yield as many firefighter paramedics as we needed. And so we started looking at what's causing this, what can we do better. And so we have a minimum, we've got to fill, the way our staffing works is we have to fill a total of 26 seats every day. So that's the minimum staffing that we have is 26 people are on duty every day. If one of those folks calls in sick, takes vacation, has any kind of other protected leave, we have to backfill that spot. And the way we backfill that spot is one of two ways. We use one of the two, we have 2 extra budgeted positions per shift right now. What we're requesting is to increase the number of buffer positions from 2 per shift up to 5 per shift, and that's why we're asking for it. So it's 3 shifts times 3 extra buffer positions. We're asking to increase by a total of 9 bodies. So you either fill it with one of those buffer positions or you fill it with overtime. And so basically what we're doing is we're requesting that we increase our budget to allow us to hire 9 additional folks to act as buffer positions so that when our other firefighters, our minimum staffing goes down, we're able to backfill them with these ready firefighters. They'll be used to create or to fill vacancies created by when minimum staffing firefighters take some sort of leave. The buffer positions, because you backfill with either a buffer position or overtime, so our overtime numbers are here right now. The buffer positions will decrease the amount of overtime that's having to be worked because we're going to be using one of these firefighters that's already getting paid, and that's their regular duty day. I know we're in as we've mentioned, we're in crisis mode right now. We're short firefighters. Unfortunately, there are no quick fixes. It takes a while to get people staffed up. And so if this is approved tonight, the plan is to put, we've got an academy of 14 planned starting in January. It's a 16-week academy. They're supposed to graduate in late April. You add another 2 weeks where they're not minimum staffing yet, and so they can fill spots and actually fill vacancies probably around the second week of May is what I'm anticipating. And then the mix of firefighter EMTs are a little bit easier to hire than paramedics right now. We were hoping to have a mix of 4 paramedics and 10 EMTs in this academy. We didn't have enough firefighter medic candidates, so we're going 2 and 12 right now. And then in May, we're planning on doing another lateral hire to fill the remaining 3 positions that I'm asking for, as well as to backfill for the 2 retirements that we're anticipating by the end of December. That is the academy for laterals is much shorter, and the onboarding process is much faster. We can start that academy as soon as this basic academy starts. That's a 4-week process, and it's about a 6-week onboarding process for them. So they can probably be minimum staffing probably by the middle of June. So by everything goes right, this is approved, we will be to full staffing with the number of paramedics that we need, number of EMTs we need by the middle of June.
When does 72 open? We give you 9 to 9. When can we get it back out of brownout?
Well, I'm hoping to bring it back earlier than that. I mean, there is no quick fix I can't flip a switch and bring it back. I've got to wait. Right now, I've got 5 folks that are out long-term due to long-term injury, and I'm waiting to see when they come back. I've got another one that is waiting for a surgery. He's still working, but waiting for a surgery date, so he's going to be out long-term. I was hoping to bring it back in, because I was waiting for 3 of our injured folks to come back on duty, and I'm trying to think of, it was middle of October. I was trying to bring it back, and we had 3 people get better, go back, released to full duty, but we had 2 more people injured. So I'm not gaining any. So what Mayor, I wish I had a good answer for you. What I'm waiting for, if I can get 3 people back to full duty of my injured folks, I can get it back in service.
I just feel like 9's not enough. I don't know if you're asking for enough, because you're saying we get 9 by May. How many folks are we going to retire between now and next year?
This includes all of this, accounts for all of that.
I've had other chiefs come up here and say, oh, I just need 4, and it never plugs the hole. And again, it's unacceptable that we're shut down right now. It's unacceptable. So if you're asking for 9, absolutely, I'll be in favor for 9, but I don't want you to short me, because you're like, I need 12, but I'll ask for 9. I don't want that.
I'm not shorting you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just interject, just to be clear, Chief, if you could just make it real clear, so that the 8 vacancies that you have, of the 14 that will be going through the academy, will be those 8 vacancies, 6 of the 9 buffer positions that we're asking for tonight, followed by 3 more laterals coming in near the April-May timeline. So you'll have 14 to fill the 8 vacancies, and then you have the buffer positions as part of that.
Was that 12 or EMTs?
Why are we having such a hard time recruiting folks?
as far as
Paramedics?
as far as paramedics, there's a lot of different reasons for the lack of paramedic candidates right now. One is which COVID caused a significant decrease. I don't have any real hard numbers, but I've heard numbers as high as at one point there was, somewhere in the neighborhood of, you get 10,000 paramedics graduate from paramedic school a year. And during the COVID pandemic, you were getting as fewer than 1,000. So there aren't as many candidates out there. So we are just not getting the number of, we're still able to hire, and we're still able to hire firefighter EMTs to a certain extent. And we did get a grant to send, and you guys approved that a couple meetings ago. We did get a grant to send a couple or 6 of our firefighter EMTs to paramedic school. That'll help us out also.
Councilmember Ritchie. Oh, okay.
The minute I was there, I felt like I was less smart, because it's amazing what you can do when you see someone in their craft, their profession. So when I look at you, Chief, and the captains, and Ian walked out, but you guys know your job, and I will stay in my lane. I will never pretend like I know and give you advice and what you do and your staffing. But I really respect your request, and it was echoing kind of what the mayor was saying. Like, I just don't want this to come in front of us, and your apprehension to ask for exactly what you want. I want to make sure that we're able to kind of really step up and provide. Like, you're the expert. Like, I'm not going to pretend as I'm here I know more than you, but if you tell us, hey, 9 is good, gosh, 11 or 12 is what we really need to kind of lower the shoulders and release the mental and physical stress, and I'm all in. I think, we studied the numbers. I felt good today. Like, Goldman Sachs had a very good report out. I don't think 23 is as bad as I thought it was going to be. So I think we're in a place where we can kind of have some faith to go forward and make an investment in our departments and our city. We're doing it for biotech. If the ask is right, I think it's the time. That's all.
Vice Mayor Stockton.
Just real quick, can you go over the quality of service, like the differences between a medic and paramedic? Just
You mean
concerns.
an EMT and a paramedic?
Excuse me, yeah, an EMT and a paramedic, and only because, and the reason why I ask is because some of the information, I'm trying to say this, the people that are leaving, are they leaving and not having to work in ambulance, or are they leaving still working in ambulance? And clearly an EMT isn't going to work in ambulance.
EMTs, our ambulances have 1 EMT and 1 paramedic on it.
Okay. So then what is the difference in quality of employee or skills?
An EMT or an emergency medical technician provides what they call basic life support. So they can take a blood pressure, they can do basic patient assessments and those types of things. They usually are the ones that are helping the paramedics in patient care. The paramedics provide what we call advanced life support. So they're the ones that are delivering medications and putting on the heart monitor, and also if need be, in cardiac arrest, they're the ones that provide the shock to the heart. So those are the differences. Basic life support as far as EMT is concerned, advanced life support for paramedic. Each one of our apparatus, our engines and trucks have at least 1 paramedic on it, and then our ambulances also are required to have at least 1 paramedic on it.
But in general, you want paramedic. If your loved one is receiving medical care from the Vacaville Fire Department, do you prefer a medic taking care of them or a paramedic taking care of them, or?
Obviously, I mean, if it needs advanced life support, then yeah, you would definitely need a paramedic. Yes.
So is there a specific reason why we're not asking for 9 charter?
So essentially, this is, yeah, so this is essentially an ask for that. And we have to have a certain number of paramedics to be able to provide the service that we have. This is the quicker, this is the quicker way to get folks on. I can't guarantee, I can't stand up here right now and say, hey, I want an academy of 14 people and I want all 14 folks to be paramedics. I can't promise you I'm going to be able to deliver 14 paramedics right now.
Okay, but can you promise us that there will be a commitment by the fire department to turn them into paramedics? I mean, I'm interested in providing the highest quality service of life-saving services that we can, right? And if you're telling me that advanced is better than the EMT, is there a pathway to get them there? You said you've got 2 people in there.
Yes.
How many EMTs do we have versus paramedics within the department? How many should we have?
We have the proper number of paramedics versus EMTs, or the proper mix right now.
So the folks that are leaving,
yes,
are they paramedics or are they EMTs?
we've had a mix, mostly paramedic.
Okay. No more questions?
Okay.
Thank you. Want to finish up your slideshow?
Yep. So jumping into the 5-year forecast, we have an updated 5-year forecast based off of, we add in the recommended budget augmentations and then also the MOU that was discussed right before this item. And so for the forecast for our 2 biggest revenue sources, sales tax and property taxes, we mentioned in prior updates, we work with HDL on that. This forecast does include an updated sales tax numbers from HDL. And so with the most recent projections that they've given us, sales tax, I mean, we are starting to see, or they're projecting that kind of what we're seeing economically is going to kind of impact our sales tax. And so compared to what we presented in June, the sales tax number is down about $1 million a year, or about 3.5%. For property tax, what we get in the current fiscal year, that's based off of assessed values from last January. So when we come back and do the mid-year update, we'll have an idea if, it's going to be after January, we'll know what assessed values are, and we would revise the property tax projections at that point in time. And on the expenditure side, I had mentioned that this includes all the budget augmentations. And then also for CalPERS, or pension liability, this includes the updated valuation through fiscal year 21, and which was a really great year for investments for CalPERS. They earned over 20%. For 22, although we're not going to have a final number from that from CalPERS until this August, we know that they lost about 7% because 22 was a bad investment year. And so we've built that into this forecast as well. And so similar to prior updates, the way you would read this, the lines are the revenues, and think of the columns as the expenses. And then when you see a green column, that means that's when there's a surplus. And so working from left to right for fiscal year 22, as mentioned earlier, total general fund surplus was 15 million, which is represented by that green part. And then for 23, we're projecting a $2.1 million surplus. And then in 27, it's about 8.2 there. Next slide, please. So a lot of talk about recession in the news and everything. And so we have, similar to what we did during budget adoption, we put sort of a range of what would it look like if revenues were to be, let's say, 5% higher because they continue to outpace our projections. What would it look like if they actually went down by 5% because of, let's say, a recession scenario? So that's represented by the green dashed line up top, would be if they were to, if revenues actually came in higher than what we're projecting, and if revenues would actually be below what we have in there, that's represented by the dashed red line. And so what that looks like is a 5% swing would be about $7 million a year. And then if a recession scenario, or this particular recession scenario played out, we would be looking at a $2.9 million gap between total general fund revenues and what we spent. Next slide, please. So this is the reserve. So we looked at revenues and expenses. This is what the reserve looks like based off of our forecast, not that kind of recession scenario. And so you'll notice that from fiscal year 23 through 27, that general fund reserve, which is that top row, stays at 58 million. And the reason why is because although we're projecting a surplus in those outside years, we're also working with the assumption that council wouldn't continue to build on the reserve, given that it's 50%, that you would actually see one-time projects or on, like basically increasing services. And that's why We're projecting a balanced budget for those outside years. Expressed as a percentage, that's 48% in 23, and going down to 42% in 27. The ADT payment that you see in the middle, that is an initiative that council approved as part of the budget. So, given the fact that we have very strong reserves, we also have that unfunded liability out there. By making these annual ADP payments, we're paying down the liability faster and saving on interest costs, and that's what that number represents. So under that scenario, it shows what the general fund reserve would be at the end of 27, which is 49 million, and that reserve goes down to 36%, but that's a planned kind of reduction. It's just the fact that with the reserve being as high as it is, it makes more sense to kind of use some of that to pay down the high interest liability. Next slide, please. The recommendation this evening would be to approve the budget augmentations to the fiscal year 23 operating budget in the amount of $960,000. Next slide. And that concludes the presentation. We'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to open the public. Seeing none, I'm going to close public. Entertain motion. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, staff. All right, Mr. City Manager, let's go to E.
So, Mr. Mayor, just point of order, given we do have the one item left, but it is past the 10:30 hour, so council needs to decide that you're going to go forward with the meeting and finish this item.
I didn't know we had a 10:30 curfew.
Well, you do, but you can choose to go past it.
I'd like to push it. So I think this would actually be good for the new council. I mean, I don't know about everybody else, but the council, I think.
Great.
They'll be getting just to respond.
Great, let's push it to the new council.
The new council will be getting an update as part of the update when they arrive, but it's up to council.
NF, D, NF, we're pushing?
Yep.
Awesome. Everybody else good? Do we have to make a motion or we're good?
You are able to hear 9F if you like tonight.
No, I don't want to hear anything else. I want to go home.
Then it's up to you. That's the only item you have left.
All right, we're going to push D and F. Good night, Vacaville.